Hi gorgeous, I hope you're having a wonderful day, and if no one has told you, I want you to know that you are important, you are loved, you are supported, and you are beautiful. Thank you for tuning into today's reading. I hope you find some messages that resonate with you. For those of you who are new, welcome. I am Gem. I tend to do a lot of pick a card readings, so if you'd like to check that out, I have a playlist down below. So with pick a cards, there's different ways of watching. You could watch the whole entire video and choose which one resonates with you most, or you can just watch that section that catches your eye. Also, know that every reader reads very differently. I tend to read very candidly. I like to be very honest, so there will be deep messages. Another disclaimer, I love psychology and it tends to come out in my readings, but I am not a psychologist nor a therapist, so please do not use these readings as such. I am just your tarot card friend on YouTube. If you're interested in purchasing any crystals, I sell some on my DEPOP. These are just some of them here. I got these. So if you're ever interested, go check it out. If you're also, I also sell personal readings as well. So if you want a reading from me, go check that out. I also have an Amazon wish list and a Cashapp in the description. Know that all donations to me are greatly appreciated but not expected. I'm truly just grateful for you to be just sharing your energy with me today. So before we get started, let's cleanse this energy and take a deep breath together. Okay, ready? Just so I don't come in with bad energy, or you don't come in with bad energy. So for today's reading, we are going to be asking, are they really a friend or are they a fake friend? With pile 1, we have the 8 of Swords. So this reminds me of, since there's a chicken in the actual illustration, this reminds me of someone who may be a chicken, like they're being a chicken, they might be afraid to do something. Also with 8 of Swords, we have the upright is negative thoughts, self-imposed restrictions, imprisonment, and victim mentality. Possibly somebody who always plays the victim. So that could be something significant if you have a friend that possibly is that. They also could possibly have blue eyes and red hair. Doesn't have to be though. And maybe somebody that's always just like very reluctant to listen to other people's feedback. Could also just be during this relationship that they're very certain about who they want to be friends with, so they're very like restricting. They're like, I could only be friends with somebody who's blonde, tall, and pretty, or something. Very like shallow, possibly. So that could be, he or she doesn't have to be shallow, it just could be. So that's for pile 1. And we have pile 2, which is 6 of Pentacles. This is basically somebody who gives too much away. It also talks about having a little bit more self-respect and self-care for yourself. So whoever possibly needs to hear that, as well as you could be in a friendship where it is 100% all given away. Someone's giving 110% into a relationship, and then the other person is basically giving like 10, or not even like giving anything back. They don't even appreciate the efforts you put in. So that could be for pile 2. Then for pile 3, we have the 8 of Swords in reverse, which is pretty funny. I've never had this happen to me before. This is the first time. So the 8 of Swords in reverse instead is self-limiting beliefs, inner critic, releasing negative thoughts, and open to new perspectives. So this person could still be having difficulties in this friendship, or whatever friendship you're asking about. Maybe being very self-limited, limiting yourself, being very critical of yourself and judging yourself a lot internally. Maybe you're very observant of how people act towards you, and maybe you take it a little bit too personally, or take it too far where it upsets you. Also, you could just be very critical of yourself, and to the point where it's like overbearing and you can't like be yourself. Also, could just be that maybe you're now, whoever picks pile 3 is also in the process of learning how to better themselves when it comes to friendships, and learning how to not restrict themselves and start releasing those negative thoughts and becoming more, appreciative of yourself, and being more open to new perspectives and trying to see and learn possibly what the other person may be actually thinking. We also have, for the 4th pile, we have 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups is basically like the perfect scenario. 10 of Cups is like what you want. This is a very good sign. Basically just a very healthy, long-lasting friendship. It's going to last forever. Very healthy, communicative, like, talking things out, talking how to make things better. Very respectful towards each other. It's a 50-50 give relationship. So divine love, bliss, relationship, harmony, and alignment. So very good sign. So if that resonates with you, then pick pile 4. All right, now let's get into the reading, starting with pile 1. Hello, my beautiful pile 1s. If you chose the White Newman tarot deck, this will be your reading about whether this person is a real friend or if they are a fake one. And it's pretty funny because I just pulled out these cards, and the bottom card says being fake. But we'll see if this comes out again. Could just be saying, like, doesn't have to be part of the reading, but pretty interesting that, just happened to be on the bottom of the card. Okay, so how we're going to do this is we're going to pull 2 sides, 2 people. So one side will be one person, another side will be that person, and then in between will be the tarot card readings. I think then we could do charms and other things, the cards. Alright, so let's ask, who is this first person? Person A could represent you or the friend you are asking about. So 1, 2, 3. The camel, I saw that before. This person can be a fire sign, I believe. I believe that's a fire sign. Now let's move this stuff away. Now the second person, 1, 2, 3, is the bee, which is an air sign. And it's funny because I was literally just about to say this person is probably going to be an air sign. And the 8 of Swords represents air, communication, could also represent conflict. So I think the bee, this may resonate with the bee a little bit more. Okay, now let's pull some oracle cards. Let me know what you think in the comments. Do you like to see when these cards are pulled, or would you rather have them done off camera? Let me know what you think. Alright, so the camel, I should probably shuffle these. There's a lot of yellow I'm seeing with the bee. 1, 2, 3. This represents the camel. Options. Maybe the camel has a lot of options. 1, 2, 3. Oh, ups and downs. Okay. I have a feeling the bee may be a little bit bipolar. Not actually bipolar, but I probably shouldn't say that. It's probably not correct way to say that. But more of like somebody who can easily become very upset very quickly, and they could have like an attitude. I feel like a lot of air signs tend to be that way. Okay, Now let's pull a Moonology card. Shuffle these. Give both of them one. So the camel and the bee. One. Two. Three. Time to release negativity. Scorpio. This person could be a Scorpio. 1, 2, 3. This person could be a Capricorn. Your hard work is paying off. Maybe this person is working very hard and it's not paying off. Or this could just be your hard work internally, trying to better yourself, maybe paying off. We will see what that truly means once we see all the other cards together. Okay. Now, Prism Oracle. There's not a lot of room. Let's see. Camel. 1, 2, 3. How they may be acting in this relationship or something that represents them. Cleanse, that was at the bottom of the deck if you saw. B. 2. Oh, sweetness. Okay. Maybe this person is working on trying to be a nicer person. And being... this might be internally cleansing themselves. Maybe they tend to play the victim mentality. That could be representing them, or it could also represent this person because they are an air sign. All right. Now let's pull. Kind of want to pull some of these cards. I think we'll do tarot cards after, but I want to first pull these, I think. What are the camel's emotions towards the bee? 1, 2, 3. In Love came out, but sorry. Wait, let me reshuffle that. It says in love. Manifesting, possibly you're manifesting this person. Or somebody's manifesting. I would say the camel, probably a little bit more. 1. What are their emotions towards this bee? 2. Stalking. Okay. Let's pull another one. 1, 2, 3. Awakened. Maybe they've realized who this person was or is. Who they truly are. What is the bee's emotions towards the camel? 1, 2, 3. Stressed out about them? Could also just be towards themselves. Codependent. Okay. They could also possibly admire you. That represents how the camel feels towards the other views, other perspectives, how they feel, or what they would like to say to the bee. I keep seeing being fake. What does the bee feel or I want to communicate towards the camel. Towards the camel. Oh. Feeling alone because no one else understands. Okay. All right, let's get into it. So we'll start off with the camel person. So in the description with the camel, it's basically talks about like someone's higher self. I think this person could possibly be, their sun sign could possibly be a fire sign. So that could be Sagittarius, Leo, Aries. It doesn't have to be though, and they could possibly also have a moon in Scorpio. But it could also just mean that, you know, they have some placement of Scorpio. They could be a Scorpio. And the fire could also just represent them becoming more passionate, or finding more fire in their life, more passion, stuff like that. Also, that could be the same thing with the Scorpio. There possibly could have Scorpio placements, or it could just be learning to deal with grudges, or you know, learning to find more self-respect, or dealing with their emotions. So another thing with this person is, I think this person is definitely going through a spiritual awakening, or going through a just awakening within themselves. I think they're finding more self-respect. They're releasing negativity. It could also just be a message that they're trying to release this person and their negativity. I think they're learning to respect themselves more and know not to give everything away to people who don't appreciate it or deserve it. Especially, I mean, it's always good to be nice and, you know, help people out, but if you always feel that you're the one who's being taken advantage of, or you feel like you're not respecting yourself, then show yourself that you deserve to be respected by others. Another thing too, I think this person, when it comes to friends more specifically, they may be quick to judge, or just like are very sensitive to other people's opinions, or worry, or like, it kind of reminded me of like the reverse Eight of Swords. This person, you might want to check out pile 3 as well, camel, but it reminded me of Eight of Swords. So like, they kind of are their inner critic, and they're very sensitive to other people's words, or they're very hard on themselves when it comes to friends. Possibly they may have difficulty making friends. Also, it doesn't have to be the case though. It could also just be that they, you know, they're learning to be more of a healthier person and to maintain healthier relationships. I think in the past, maybe this person held a lot of grudges and dropped people very easily, but they're learning to steer away from that. One of the messages with this card was talking about possibly needing to release yourself from a toxic person. It could be this person being fake came up a lot. Maybe this person is being fake with you. I will ask if they talk crap. I'll see. Because I'm kind of curious. But yeah, so with the cleanse, I think this person thinks very logically, possibly also very honest. They like to be very honest. They like to possibly not really talk bad about anyone. Maybe they learned to be more respectful when it comes to relationships, and they know like at the end of the day, if you do gossip or talk crap about somebody, it will always end up biting you in the butt, and then you realize, why did I even do that in the first place? Just for validation of my feelings, when I should be able to validate my own feelings. They also could possibly be stalking this person, possibly their page, possibly their messages, possibly just like their Instagram or something, or seeing just like what they're up to. Maybe like not even on purpose, it kind of just like pops up and maybe they get like annoyed by it. With the cleanse, I think they're trying to learn how to internally cleanse themselves and they may be asking themselves what needs to be clean or cleansed. Maybe recently they haven't really been taking care of themselves, or putting themselves first and kind of falling back on self-love and self-care for other priorities or other things, like putting other things at priority. And maybe they learned they need to stop doing that and go back on track and, start taking better care of themselves and find their way back to being more of the healthier person that they deem to be. I think also the bee may admire the camel. I think they see them as resourceful, independent, and that they know themselves well. Like, they know who they are. They could handle anything. They carry a wealth of nourishment. They're self-reliant. They could handle any challenges. They find balance between judgment, or they find balance between the fire and the water, like the heart and the mind, or just they could easily find balance, and they're pretty balanced. It reminds me of Libra energy. It also talked about a camel, like basically they are the fire, but they also have the water to balance themselves. So they could be very balanced. Even in the face of excess heat, judgment, or fear, the camel searches inside for the cool elixir of water to calm the situation. The camel represents the ultimate form of bringing opposites into balance. They're also responsible for their own actions. They take responsibility for how they act, for what they do, and they apologize. They also don't act impulsively. They see what the situation is, and they don't let anybody affect them or try to bring them down. They'll just think about it and be like, hey, you know what? That's on you. All this anger and this insecurity you're trying to press on me isn't going to affect me, because I know deep down it's all just you. And I'm stable and established enough in myself to know that whatever you're trying to put on me isn't about me. It's about you. I also think they may be, especially with the options card, the reason why I also thought the Eight of Swords in reverse is because they could possibly have a lot of opportunities to make friends, but maybe they're just so in their head about possibly the past or possibly of past relationships with friends that they limit themselves to only a few close options of friendships. Maybe this person needs to go out more and be more of themselves and not worry about what other people think so much, and know that they're only really thinking about themselves and how they're doing. Like when you go hang out with friends and possibly maybe you're feeling like you're acting weird, or you feel like you're really in your head thinking about like, oh, like I'm acting weird or I'm acting stupid or people are judging me. But then they realize like they're really trying to grow on that and become, in the face of judgment, they try to find the tranquil water to, not be impulsive and get haste. They kind of just realize that, those inner critics, those voices in your head, all that inner critic is just in your own insecurity. It's not real. It's not the truth. Most of the people around you, your friends, anybody who's even around you, they're not thinking the same. They're mostly worried about how they're acting towards others. So just be yourself and know who you are. Start treating yourself better. Start finding more self-love, and you'll find the confidence in yourself to be able to make more friends. I think maybe this person might also be feeling stuck or stuck with this person. I think maybe the bee is very codependent on the camel. Possibly when it comes to how the camel makes them feel, I was kind of getting like the bee is, okay, let's just start talking about the bee now. So the bee is somebody who's very hardworking. They work on finishing the job, finishing the whatever's at hand. They could possibly have a good, stable job right now. They're democratic, earnest. They personally are a delight to be around. They like to be a part of team projects, and they work steadily and thoroughly to finish the task at hand. They're quite sensitive, and they are aware of many subtleties. Maybe they're very good at reading people's body language and telling how people are feeling. Very observant they could be, or just very sensitive to other people's energies. They could be artists at heart. Maybe they have a creativity within, but they don't really show it as much. They could add creative detail or overall vision. They also could have a joyous personality. Sometimes they could be a little tired from work or from overworking, and they could sting. So like they could get, just in a bad mood sometimes when they're overworked. And I asked, basically that's how they act with friendships. So maybe they're very hardworking with friends. Maybe they're always trying constantly to, work things out with friends. Or maybe they're just currently focusing more on their career. Since we have your hard work is paying off, this reminded me and basically talked about somebody entering a new work cycle. So maybe this person just quit a job and now they're starting a new job, or maybe they finally finished school or just recently finished school, or they're just in a new time period that could be quite difficult for them because maybe bringing them stress and being very stressed out. They could possibly be dealing with ups and downs. Maybe they're really trying hard to stay at it or stay through to what they are. Maybe they feel kind of alone, and maybe nobody else really graduated that's in their friend group, so maybe they're feeling alone and they're feeling like shitty that they just finished a time period in their life. It says, I see life as an incredible ride and I'm lucky to be on it. Yes, the ups and downs make me want to puke sometimes, but they're also what makes things fun and interesting. And when I look back at them, even puking on yourself makes a good story. Maybe they're very optimistic on memories. They always like to create new memories. Even when sometimes they're bad ones, maybe they try to look at the positive sides. Also, maybe this person's very, vulnerable to throwing up, or very, what is it called? Maybe they have a very weak stomach or sensitive stomach to where they constantly are throwing up. That could be a characteristic of them. I'm getting sweetness. Maybe they're trying to be more sweet to you or sweeter and trying to find more love and compassion within this relationship. Maybe they also could possibly be codependent on your sweetness. So I'm kind of getting this person is very well off on themselves and loving themselves and respecting themselves, but maybe they were trying to put in the effort to be friends with this person, so they started being sweet and started being loving and compassionate, but then they realized that this person isn't really giving that back at all, and this person's now, it's in reverse, and now they're kind of thinking a little bit, they're kind of falling off the train and went a couple steps back of self-love because this person kind of made them feel that way. And so maybe they're feeling very maybe they're judging themselves internally and kind of being a little feeling a little insecure about this person possibly not reciprocating that energy. But just because someone doesn't reciprocate, they don't have to, you know. It would be nice if they could, and possibly give, you know, be that Two of Cups for you to give the love back. But if they're not, you know, you don't have to continue to do that. Don't kiss their ass. I mean, it's always nice to be a nice person and reach out and be like, hey. But if you feel like you're being taken advantage of, don't continue doing that. This is all about, you know, you, the camel. I don't know, you could be the bee, you could be the camel. This is me, like, if you two were here. This is me talking to the camel. So that person could just be very codependent on the camel for that. Maybe they have insecurities as well within them, to where if somebody that's so well off and established now is going out of their way to be nice and be sweet, it's like they're kind of addicted to that, and maybe they are trying to reach out in ways, but not like in a way to like reciprocate that to you, more of just like so you could possibly give more of that energy towards them to make themselves feel better about themselves. Yeah, with the working hard, this person could also be quite vibrant. They could be quite active, quite happy. If they're out of balance, they could be annoyed. They could possibly have like annoyed attitude, and they switch just like that, or they're like, oh my god, like, or just like, oh, like annoyed tone, or they could just be overworked. That could be when they're overworked, more specifically. Also with the camel, the number on that page was just so funny. If I can find it. Is 133. And 33, that number represents growth. So that's pretty funny that that happened to work out like that. The camel could also possibly be having anxiety about this connection. But they might be trying to take a step back and trying to release this person. They might be feeling that this person might be a little toxic and might be just using them just like everybody that they possibly have had connections with. And they are noticing that red flag, so maybe they're, you know, they're taking a step back. Some other things, they might be feeling very paranoid or acting weird, and this is like a message like, you know, you're worrying yourself too much. It's to the point where it's pointless. It literally will not make a difference in the future. Whatever you're stressing out about, it won't make a difference. Just be yourself and it's okay. Everything will be all right. If someone is being unkind to you, perhaps it's time for you to release them. If this person is being unkind to you or taking advantage of you, it might be a good time to release them. This person could be in an emotional, intense space right now. Also, you need to feel all your feelings. Possibly you need to take some time to meditate and feel those feelings. There could be some time, or there could be some haste in the air. But it's time to, you know, it's a sign to possibly move away from anyone or anything that you feel is toxic. Could also be another meaning that this person's sex life could possibly be improving. Doesn't have to be corresponding. I feel like this is just friends, but that could just be a side thing, a little note for them. And then with the hardworking Capricorn, just basically this is just work advice for this person, having a 12-month plan, figuring out what it is that you want to do to possibly better improve this. It's in reverse, so this making me think of more internally. Maybe this person's really stressed out about work internally. They're not really expressing it outwards towards anybody. Maybe they are worried about the future of what this thing would like, and they're kind of just like focusing on the now and what it's bringing to them now. maybe they need more discipline to reach their goals. I think they're really just focused on their current job and might be a little bit unhappy with where they're working. So this is a new cycle to improve their work. Alright, so now I'm going to pull some messages, and then we are going to pull some tarot over that. Or actually, I think I'm just going to do the tarot right now. So, I want to ask, where can I move these cards? So, also, I didn't really talk about other views, other perspectives. Maybe this person wants to be friends with this person and maybe help improve them and like more spiritually and learning for them to love themselves. And like maybe they need to learn other views and other perspectives and know that maybe this person isn't so critical, like how you're thinking so critically about yourself. Also, this person could just, maybe they're saying that this person may be acting like they're feeling alone and nobody else understands them, possibly playing the victim. So maybe they're like annoyed by that. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Maybe I could just move these cards over. There was also a lot of blue. There's a blue moon here, thinking logically. We also have purple, more spiritual, finding balance between spirituality and reality. Okay, put this here, and then we could do the same over here. Okay, let's pull like maybe like 6 cards. I think that's good. How does the camel feel about... Okay, that's supposed to represent how the camel feels about the bee. How does... I didn't even get to ask my question. What other question? How do they think the bee feels about them? I think that's a good question. How do they think the bee feels about them? And judgment. And how do they see the future of this connection? How does the camel see the future of this connection with the bee? 2. Oh. Jesus Christ. 3. The Emperor. This card reminds me of releasing negativity because the colors are very similar. So maybe this person is really trying to, find respect for themselves and, establishing that respect with this person and knowing this person better respect them, or they will just release them, which I think is very nice. I like that. Good, Respect yourself, find love for yourself. Don't let this person make you feel insecure just because they are taking advantage. Don't allow them to take advantage. Okay, how does the bee feel about the camel? Jesus. Okay, it's definitely the Star in reverse. Just because that card came out. It's honestly kind of crazy because it's like flip-flop. Like this. Let's pull this up more. This reminds me, the Temperance is like the opposite of the Star, it looks like. And they have very similar air colors, like air sign colors. Which I really like. It's very beautiful. Okay, what does the bee think that the camel thinks of them? How does the bee think that the camel sees or thinks they are? The Sun. Oh, did I say the Sun before? I think I said. Oops. I don't know. Where should I put this? It's here. I like how the Sun and the Judgment card are like opposite as well. Alright, now let's ask, how does this bee see the future of this connection? Oh. Okay, I think that's in reverse. Let's just see. I think that's in reverse. Okay. Let's get into it. There's a lot of cards out. I know it might be a little bit disastrous looking, but let's get into it. I'm finding it very difficult to talk about this stuff. I don't know why. I think maybe someone has difficulty finding the words or being able to communicate with this person. Maybe they find it very difficult to talk to this person. I've taken this clip already like 3 times now, but alright, so we're going to talk about the top row first. Let's get this done. The Temperance. So how does the camel feel about the bee? I think the camel feels very patient with this person. I feel like they feel very grounded for this person. Maybe they feel like the bee is the opposite of that. So they're like the stability. They are the grounded, the balance. They find balance. They're not very impulsive, jumpy. Maybe this person's a little bit more of that. So they're more of like possibly the rock. I think they may also feel that way a little bit of this person. Like this person is it's a little bit difficult to, because I asked, how does the camel feel about the bee? So I think they also might be trying to focus on finding the right one or a good one. I think they're staying dedicated to finding a good relationship, friendship. I think they're not willing to just settle for anyone, and maybe they're not really sure about this person, so they're kind of like feeling it out, but they're not willing to settle for any less. They are trying to find somebody that's going to serve their higher good and the friends that will serve their higher good. They're always looking for good friends, not fake friends, and maybe they feel that maybe this person isn't possibly someone that could bring them that right now. I think also this person is trying to approach it in a very moderate, gentle manner and not like rushing into friends or into a friendship. I think it's also because they're not really sure about this person, so they're kind of like keeping their guard up. I think they, in a healthy, positive relationship, this also could represent that you have harmony with one another, you appreciate each other, you acknowledge the values that both of you bring to the relationship, and you may have differences, but you recognize that it creates a beautiful synergy between the two of you and could possibly propel the bond even further. I think this person, the camel, may be hoping that this person is like, can bring those aspects of balance into the relationship as well, because I do feel like they're both different, but I feel like the camel is hoping that this person could possibly bring a sense of balance to their opposite side, or also this represents Sagittarius, so this person could be a Sagittarius. Also, if this connection is facing conflict or challenges, this also could be resolved with cooperation and communication. I think this person possibly is like, if we ever do get into a fight, I could just talk with them and we could talk it out. Maybe they're trying to find more of a healthy way of approaching this. I think they're trying to go out of their way to have more options, more friendships, so they're kind of like trying to make this work and seeing a potential with this person. I think they're also trying to pick and choose their fights and watch what they say. I think they're being very picky on, not gossiping, trying to, not fight over everything, but also when it's necessary to mention the things of how to respect themselves. We also have Temperance and the Star, and I mean the Star is in reverse, but like the fact that they're like right next to each other, this represents an artistic inspiration and creative expression that leads to a greater self-awareness. I think this connection will bring that to the both of you. Maybe you guys, like I said, are a balance, and it's like, opposite ends of the spectrum, and it's like once you guys come together, you guys can find or teach each other ways to find or just bring each other to a greater sense of higher self. You guys could both be artistic as well and have creative expression. So maybe you guys are in a similar career choice, or maybe you guys are just very artistic together. Alright, so now Judgment and Two of Pentacles. This represents how the camel thinks the bee sees them. So I think they think the bee sees them as somebody who is wise, who has been through an awakening, someone who has just like a better sense of self and have had a rebirth or have some sort of inner calling. I think they're very, like, they admire this person. I think they also may be also thinking that this person might be God, this is difficult. Like, they may also see that this person is, they think this person may judge them. So they think the bee may judge them easily or a lot, and they may think that this person is overcommitted or disorganized or may need reprioritization. That could be something that the camel thinks the bee thinks of them. But they could also be thinking like that even though this person needs reprioritization of what needs to be put first, maybe they're talking about a certain relationship that they're like, maybe they see the bee being like judgmental of their relationship, and it's like, oh, you need to reprioritize your loved ones first rather than work or rather than other people that don't really give a shit about you. but they see that they're working on it. They see that they're improving. They see that they've made the change. They see that they've been through a rebirth. They've grown a lot. They've changed a lot. And then finally with the Emperor, I mean, I could probably talk a little bit more about that. I think they also see, I think they believe this bee sees them as someone who reflects a strong sense of self and self-purpose, who is authentic and genuine. I think they also, you know, they're very active in the community or a spiritual undertaking. Maybe they notice that they've became more spiritual, and just in a constant transformation. Maybe they're always changing and they're always growing. They notice that. And it's just like to keep motivating them. They keep going, they keep changing, they keep just getting better and better. And then with the reprioritization, it's more of like, this person may take on too much for other people. Maybe they're very giving, or but this is like, that's who they used to be in the past. Like, they used to be overcommitted and they needed to reprioritize themselves, putting themselves first, putting possibly their job or career first rather than other things like love or friends. And or it could be the opposite. Maybe they put their career first a lot and now they're starting to realize, you know, family comes first and yourself comes first. So maybe that's another thing as well. I think maybe this person also took on too much, more than they could handle. Maybe they always did favors for other people, or always were, you know, 100% putting 100% effort into every relationship, and then they realized and they needed to like reprioritize that and realize, you know, put yourself first and have some respect for yourself, and this is like their future. So I think that's what the camel thinks the bee sees them as, which I could definitely see that being true. And in the future of this connection, I think the camel is very very dedicated to establishing a authoritative relationship with this person and not letting this person get too close to them. I think they're almost like they're having a male presence with this bee. They're not showing their emotions. They're done showing their emotions. They're not going to be, you know, showing love and empathy and compassion. They're kind of just like, I'll be your friend, and there'll be a wall up towards my emotions, but I'll still be here for you if like you need to talk or something. But like, they have authority and they're like, you're gonna be here to respect me, and I'm not gonna take bullshit from you. You're not gonna be able to take advantage of me. I'm gonna have a healthy relationship with you and possibly set a distance with them as well. It's funny how we have two air cards and sword cards, I mean, on this side where the air is. And the fact that I moved the Eight of Swords right underneath the Emperor. Let's look at what that card means again. So, they could be possibly trapping themselves, or be feeling like they're trapping themselves, or they're trapping the bee, like they're putting the wall, like the Emperor, which is the camel, is digging in all these knives into the ground, putting that around this person, and this person is like not moving from it, or not trying to go after this person because they're like a chicken. Like they're setting that wall up, and the bee person is like, you know what, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Also with, I like completely didn't even mention your hard work is paying off. I don't think their hard work, maybe this person is putting like a lot more effort into this relationship and trying to go after this person, and like maybe because they notice that this person's being a little distant, they're trying now to be there for them, and then it's like that hard work, they don't really care anymore. It's kind of like too late. It's not working. What you're trying to do is not working. Okay. Now on to how the bee, their feelings towards the camel, and how they think the camel sees them, and the future of how they see this connection. So with the bee, and how they feel towards the camel, I think they have, it said lack of faith, disconnection, self-trust, and what else did it say? Despair. So I think they might be, there may have been some sort of like fallout or just like distance been established. I think like the camel has been distancing themselves from the bee, and I think the bee is sad about it, but also, you know, the camel is respecting themselves, you know, so they're kind of like, they're like trying to respect that, I guess, but they're also like kind of becoming like more curious about this person and trying to, you know, follow in their lead, I guess. They're setting like an example, and like they're not really like looking at this person, and like they're kind of looking towards them, I guess. They're trying to see the other views, the new perspectives. They also might be having a lack of faith. They don't feel like this person's ever going to come back to what it used to be. I think they may have just given up. They also might be trying to trust themselves and find more trust within them. I think also they might see that how they feel towards the camel is that the camel's being distant, that the camel may be, maybe they see the camel as just like sad, like they're very sad. That might not be the case. And maybe that they're trusting themselves more, like self-trust, like they just, you know, it's more, they're doing everything internally. They're kind of just inside. They're being very quiet. They're not as expressive as they used to be. And I think they're feeling very sad about it. I think they're very sad that it changed, and that there was a change. But I think they just given up, and now they're like okay with it. The sun. So in reverse, I think the bee thinks that the camel sees them as a child, an inner child. Maybe they see that the camel sees them more as like maybe impulsive, or like constantly is running around being like kiddish or being goofy. And that's how they think that's how they think the camel sees them. I think they could possibly also, maybe the camel also sees them as feeling down as well about the connection. Maybe they feel like they're sad about it, and I think they may also be thinking that you think they feel sad about it. It's kind of hard to explain. They also may be thinking and be trying to be very optimistic about it, or everything, and like the camel Like, they may also think that the camel sees them as overly optimistic. Like, they're always trying to be positive now. Maybe because the bee said something, maybe gossiped or said something negative, and now the camel's response to that was something like more of a healthier mentality and trying to spread, and more of a productive, higher self mentality towards the bee, and say like, oh, maybe it's not good to gossip. And now the bee is like only ever really optimistic and trying to say positive things around the camel. So now the bee believes that the camel sees the bee as that. Maybe they're not actually like that, but they're just like trying to show that they're trying to be that way, I guess. Trying to be more like mature. But like I still do think that they think the camel sees them as a child. Like, they're just like, they feel like the camel's just gonna have to, doesn't want to be with this person or doesn't want to be friends with this person because they'll be childish. Or could also just be that they like this person a lot because they are a little bit childish, because they like to have fun, because they like to goof off, and they like to do crazy things, to be impulsive, to go and have fun and do things. So it could be like a win-lose situation. It's like, it's got its positive and it's got its negatives. And then lastly, the way that the bee sees this future of this connection is they see this as, like, it's not over yet. There's still more to come. They're not willing. They still see, like, they're resisting to leave it, and they don't want to, they might feel like how they feel towards you is that they want to give up, and they feel the disconnect, they feel despair, but like they're not willing to change or let go of this connection. They just don't want to. They want to keep pushing. They're resistant to change. They feel like there's still something there. They still want to, there's unfinished business. There's something that needs to be done before this connection could finally be done with. And they feel stuck. They feel trapped in this, and this web of swords the camel put around this person. Okay. Let's pull some message cards and then some charms, and then that will be the end of your reading. Let's just pull this on the tarot. Possibly pull a message that represents or is similar to the tarot. That would be great. Maybe I should shuffle this. I'm going to shuffle it off camera because there's not a lot of room. This person could have brown eyes. Someone in this connection. Brown eyes. It also says dusty, crusty. Maybe this person. I really don't think that this camel feels that this person is for their higher self. Like, they're not good for them right now. They're not going to bring them to their higher self. They're kind of just a bad influence, I guess, and just distracting them from what is going to bring them their happiness. Brown eyes. Brown eyes keeps coming out. Okay. Card for temperance that may represent temperance. 2, 3. You care so much about the world. I love it. Maybe the camel sees the bee as being someone that cares a lot, cares so much about the world. Maybe they see them as a patient, grounded person, and that they care a lot. Yeah. So maybe what represents the temperance is who the bee is. So like, they're patient, they're grounded, they don't really raise their voice much, they kind of, stay within themselves. They find the balance between, you know, they're not willing to scream and yell. They're gonna stay patient and find the words to like better the situation. Okay, so I love your eyes. It's actually kind of interesting we have that over judgment, because the girl has like really beautiful blue eyes. Maybe someone in this connection has really beautiful eyes. Maybe they feel that the bee likes the camel's eyes, and like the color of their eyes. For the Emperor, it says know when the line has been crossed. Maybe this person has crossed your line multiple times, and the camel's now like finally walking away from this connection and keeping a, you know, authoritative, you must respect me mentality, and like not gonna take shit from nobody. They aren't gonna open themselves up to this person anymore. The Star. 2. Follow your intuition. If you feel the vibe is off, you're probably right. Maybe they're not sure if like the vibe is off or not. Maybe they're not sure yet if the camel is like, maybe they feel like they've been off and they changed, but they're not really sure if it's because of them. And maybe they're wondering, like, deep down they're like, do they have a problem with me? Is their vibe off with me? They try so hard to make it, you know, back to what it used to be, and it's like, it's never gonna happen, because this camel's not going back to, you know, letting themselves get taken advantage of. The Sun card. 2. Heightened senses. We also have ego trip, could be for somebody, and we also have stop being impulsive. Maybe the bee person is impulsive and makes quick decisions. Or maybe that's the camel person. I don't feel like it's the camel person, but who knows. Heightened senses, maybe also like they're feeling more sensitive. Maybe they believe that the camel sees them as a sensitive person, and they're able to feel and observe other people's feelings and energies. Like, maybe they believe that the camel person sees them as a sensitive person. 6 of Swords. It says, take a nap and relax to recover. I don't know if I should show these. Okay, we also have, I will always care for you. Don't hide your feelings, communicate. And I still care about you. And it's funny that these are both similar. Maybe you guys both care about each other, but like you aren't communicating and you're just hiding your feelings about how you feel about each other. Maybe it'd be good to communicate, but if you feel like one person is just not communicating and not allowing you to communicate, then, which I feel like the camel feels that way, it's like the camel possibly has tried to communicate with this person, so they didn't, you know, understand maybe at that time, or just didn't really reciprocate. So the camel's now on their way of letting go this connection and moving on. And now the bee's trying, you know, hard to go after this person and become friends with them again. And like, hey, like, don't leave me in the dark. Like, I want to be your friend. Even though they didn't really try at all at the beginning. Alright. Now let's pull charms and some words, and then that will be the end of your reading. Okay. Let's check it out. So we have friendly. Maybe this camel person is very friendly towards this person, even though they may not feel comfortable to be themselves. Maybe they're still friendly towards them and still treats them like a friend, but it will never be like it used to be before, where they were getting taken advantage of, and you know, the relationship was 110 or like 1%. This person is respecting themselves more. They will be your friend, but they're not going to be the friend they used to be. Oh, I blew that around. We also have like J and a bunny. Let's see what this is. FJ. I just thought of FJ Cruiser, the car. We also have Cancer here. Maybe talking about emotions, or bunny, cute bunny. Maybe this person used to call you bunny, or call honey, be like, hey hun. Maybe they said hun a lot, or called you hun. We have like a boy with a cap on. It looked like they were facing away, like walking away. So maybe this person is now going to start to walk away from this connection. Possibly the B person. They're like turning their back on you. K. Family and father. Maybe they're feeling very emotional, or heightened senses. Maybe they're feeling more like senses towards your father. Maybe they're starting to care for your father in some way. I don't know, like maybe they're more interested and like asked you recently questions about how your dad's doing or something. Recently, and it ended up being like a dry message, like K or something. Taurus, taking a nap and relax, or to recover. Taurus energy, maybe father figure, family father figure could possibly have a Taurus placement. Maybe in their sun sign, since we're on the sun. We also have business. Maybe this person is very caught up in their business, or and they need to like relax. Maybe they have became overcome by work, and it's a lot right now. Friendship, example, friendship, business. Maybe they wanted to be business owners, like they wanted to set an example of a business, like they wanted to work together in like a business with you. And maybe that had something to do with your father. Also, friendship, set example of friendship. Maybe you guys worked together and you guys wanted to show off your friendship and be an example for others of what friends could be, possibly. We also have another K. Maybe like after they took a nap, they responded with like K. We got 9, but it looked like 6 to me. We also have 9. We have 4 here. We got 2, but it was like kind of like upside down. Let's see what this says. I'll talk about the numbers after. We got dig. Maybe they like want you to dig about how they're feeling, or maybe they're trying to dig down into how you're feeling. They're stressed out, they're digging. Maybe they're digging themselves a grave because they're just stressing themselves out so much. We got Bible and the star here, like star and the moon. Maybe they're saying, maybe they could write a Bible of like the amount of people that don't understand them and how they feel alone or something. Maybe they're starting to become more religious, possibly. Star on the moon. All right. We got a flower. This reminds me of being more sweet, like a flower. Amateur. Maybe this person is an amateur at bringing compassion and love to other people. Or they could just be an amateur of receiving that. Maybe they just expect everybody to put them on a pedestal and give them, unconditional love without, reciprocating that. We also have a little flower here. This just reminds me of sweetness, like the nectar of a flower, like sweet flower. We also have apartment. Maybe they want to share an apartment. Erect. Okay. And then we got flabbergasted, an M. Or a W. This kind of looks like a W. Like what? Their name could start with a W. The camel's name could also start with an N. Like Nick, Nicole. The W could stand with William. What else? What other names start with an L? W. I mean, they could be, okay, I'm thinking of a scenario. Maybe they were flabbergasted in an apartment because somebody had a boner. I don't know. That may not apply at all. Could just also be like, maybe there is some sort of like romantic vibes in this. Doesn't have to be. If this doesn't apply, just ignore it. But maybe they've thought about you and that happened and they were flabbergasted about it. Like they were like shocked that happened. May not be bright. That was like an upside down. Maybe they're worried about their future, or maybe they are excited for their bright future. Ray. It looks like we have Ray here. That could be their name. Could also, it just reminds me of like ray of sunshine, like bright ray, like their future is bright. Let's see what this says. Fair. Know when the line has been crossed. Be more fair to yourself. Find more fairness in relationships. Find a balance. Breast. Milk. I don't know what the fuck. Decline. Stepping back from this person, declining how much you give, and start taking more. We also have gay. Maybe this, I don't know, what the heck. We also have P here. Someone's name could also start with a P. I just thought of Patricia, Patrick. I also thought of wearing the pants. I know that there's nothing else there, but decline in gay. Evidence. Maybe this person has evidence that this person could possibly be bi or could possibly be gay. And maybe they're trying to hide it. I also just thought of maybe they rejected this person and they were like, because I'm gay, and so they rejected them, and then they have proof to show it. They like boobs. Also maybe someone was acting like a boob and they're trying to find more fairness in this relationship. and maybe in the future they decline and reject the person because maybe the person had some feelings, and then the person ends up being like, oh, they're gay, I have evidence because they rejected me. None of those have to apply. I'm just trying to figure out what those words mean. We also have another N. I love your eyes. Maybe the N feels that way towards the B, or maybe the B feels that way towards the N person. We also have M over here. It also makes me think of I love your boobs. And then the M, maybe somebody with an M name says that or thinks that, or W name thinks that, this person. SM, this reminds me of small, maybe small boobs. Maybe this person has small boobs, but they love them. And maybe they're like, are you gay? Best, maybe they're trying to be their best, do their best. What is with all these perverted words? Circumcised? I don't have that many, like, bad words. Why is it so, like, maybe there's a lot of sexual tension between the two of you for some reason. I don't know what the hell. Confess. Are. Awkward. 9. We also have a backwards fairy, and we have a backwards heart. Maybe this person, like, cares for them, but it's not, like, maybe it used to be love, but it's not love anymore. We also have fairy, like, maybe the fairy, the person's being more of, like, internally spiritual. That's making me think. P, we have P, maybe like peeing more, like peeing to cleanse yourself, like peeing out the toxicity or the bad things for your body or something. Maybe peeing out the alcohol, I just thought of. Also, that made me think doing your dishes. Maybe this person needs to do their dishes. The Temperance talked about somebody who doesn't really drink or excessively drink too much, or like goes overkill. Maybe the Camel's trying to watch how they are around the bee so they don't drink too much. They still are aware of who they are and what they do. I didn't even realize the skull, death. I just thought of like the death card, the Scorpio card is somebody who went through a rebirth, an awakening, to become this person, have more patience. Their name could start with a J. Maybe okay, let's try to decipher what this is. Okay, so dishes, like we talked about that. Maybe this person upside down, like horse. This makes me think of, like, you know, being more of the adult rather than the child, like it's the opposite. Maybe they need to find more of an inner child. We got Christmas. Maybe Christmas, during Christmas, someone was acting a little awkward, but like they still love that you care so much about the world. Maybe you said something that was maybe a little bit awkward or uncomfortable, but like they didn't really care. They still appreciated what you had to say and loved you for it because you put so much care into it. Also just like maybe they're trying to make you aware of who's awkward or who's being awkward. C are awkward. Maybe someone with a C name is being awkward towards you. Chris, Christina. We got QQ here. Maybe QQ, like cutie. I just thought of X, V. I just thought of Xbox. walking away from games, like maybe this person, maybe the bee feels like the camel's playing games. I think they both may feel that way towards each other. We also have Aquarius here, so maybe the camel has Aquarius placements. You might want to check, if you are the camel, you might want to check that placement, see where it is, and possibly read the definition of that. There's an app called Colstar if you want to check that out. So confess, circumcised, best. Maybe they want to, like, maybe this is talking about the camel's sexual new experiences that are coming soon. So maybe they want to confess that they have the best dick. I don't know, but LM made me think of lame, or made me think of like initials, LM, Liam. Or maybe someone wants to say that about this person. Maybe the person has that. Also, maybe they just are trying to do their best. Maybe they want this and they're trying to confess that they want that. We also have a spoon that's backwards. I just thought of spooning. Maybe they want to spoon someone. Okay. Okay, let's look at the numbers. So we have 2 9s, and then we have a 4 and a 2. So I know 2 means compassion, partnership, and duality. So that talks about, like, you know, a partnership, and because it's in the opposite, makes me think, the fact that it's like kind of upside down makes me think of like this person is losing that with this person, like they're losing the compassion. They may be like trying to bring that, but are starting to give up. I think they also may be finding partnership somewhere else, or possibly feeling that void. There's like a lack of that within this. 4 is stability. If you think of like a table, and how a table they could have 3 legs, but usually to have a really stable table is 4 legs. But 4 also represents structure and manifestation. Maybe the M that's in here talks about manifestation. Maybe this person, the bee, has manifested this, or started to manifest this. Maybe they want to find stability, but this also, maybe the camel's trying to find structure within this connection, finding more, you know, authority within themselves, and that being structure to bring them more confidence. And then lastly, 9. 9, we have 9D, but 9 represents fruition, attachment, and fulfillment. So this person, I think, definitely found fulfillment whenever this person was nice, or maybe whenever they were nice to them, they felt fulfilled. And then 9 over here, awkward fulfillment. Maybe this person needs to find more, you know, cleansing themselves from them having that inner criticism of feeling awkward. Maybe they're very critical of when they are a little bit awkward, a little bit weird. So maybe they need to find more fulfillment and fruition from that, and accomplish that and let that go. Alright, so that is the best I can do. Hopefully this has helped. Thank you so much for staying to the very end. If you like this reading, please leave a comment, leave a bee emoji or a camel emoji if you resonated with either one. And if you had any advice or little things that I could do better, or any like things that you liked about the reading, please let me know in the comments. And yeah, thank you so much. I'll see you in my next reading. Bye. Hello, my beautiful pile twos. If you chose the Six of Pentacles in reverse, this will be your reading with the Young Witch Tarot deck. This will be your reading on whether this friendship is a real one or a fake one. So I shuffled everything off camera, and I'm going to pull these out on camera. So these are just little like adjectives to help figure out what their emotions are towards each other. So let's pull what the emotions are for person A towards the dolphin. Awakened. Two. 3. Isolation. 1. Oh. Proud. 2. 3. Supportive. And another card underneath that is reverse anxiety. Maybe feeling calm. I'll put that there. Okay. Now let's pull one of each. What is something the person A would like to communicate to the dolphin? Trust your heart and use your head. And feeling alone because no one understands. Maybe because this is in reverse, maybe they feel like they're the only person that really truly understands them. How does the dolphin feel about the Gaisley? I don't know how to take that. Let's see if it's upright or reverse. Okay, I don't really know. I usually take upright, so I'm gonna say upright. Okay. I just started taking reverse cards in wording just because I feel like it helps create the story more specific. Alright, so let's start off with the Gaisley. Alright, so with the Gaisley, we could just talk about both of them, actually. I think they're both people pleasers. I think they tend to give a lot away rather than take. And I think this friendship, or you two together, are to teach each other what it's like to be, in a healthy, long-lasting friendship. This could be possibly both of your first good friendships, like first ever, like real, authentic, genuine, always there for each other friendship, or it could just be for one of you. So with the Gaisley, I think this person, whether it's this person, I feel like the dolphin helps this person with this. It's like the dolphin helps them with their confidence, with their determination to find energy and to stay determined, to find their confidence They could possibly have a lot of anxiety when it comes to socializing, or maybe they're very critical and they think a lot about deep within themselves, like they lose their self-confidence a lot, maybe because they think a lot or overthink things a lot. They may have also been through recently some sort of sickness, whether it was COVID or just having like a common cold or something, where they had to be isolated, and they may have been through an awakening during that time. Maybe they had a lot, they were like forced to meditate and think through. The reason why I say that is because yellow is often represented similar to, or yellow can represent illness, could also represent anxiety, could represent those are like the negative attributes, and because it's in reverse, that's what I'm thinking. Also, this could just be how they feel internally. So that is what I'm getting with that. Also, they could have earth signs as well within them, this Gaisley, because we have abundance here. This green could represent a lot of different things, but for right now it's abundance. They could have a lot of abundance. They could actually help the dolphin out with that, because there's abundance in reverse. Maybe this person brings that in this relationship with the dolphin. They could teach them how to gain this abundance. They could also possibly be a fire sign. Maybe they're currently gaining or trying to, this is something that they need their fire sign attributes to come out, to find the determination, to find the energy to continue through the ups and downs. I think since this is in reverse, they may have struggled with ups and downs when it comes to friendships, when it comes to just, interacting with others, or just like how their life is going right now. Maybe it's been a difficult ride, but now it's more of like it's becoming better. They're learning to not get so affected by the ups and downs, and maybe their life is currently going to become more steady. With the Aquarius, bring love into the situation. Maybe this person could possibly need to bring more love into this situation to this person, and maybe they haven't hanged out in a bit, or they need to show their appreciation in some way, or just hang out more, talk more, different things like that. Different ways of showing your love, whether it be physical love, gift giving, acts of service, quality time, things like that. Within this friendship, I definitely think that Gaisley I think they're both people pleasers. I think they both tend to possibly be people that get taken advantage of a lot, and they may help each other learn to respect themselves and know when to say no, and they are basically they teach each other a lot. They teach each other just self-respect, honestly. The Gaisley, I think this person may be in a vulnerable state currently. I think they maybe have been going through a difficult time, whether it be being overworked or just they've been forced to sit down with themselves and actually meditate and actually have to do nothing, possibly because of a certain sickness. I think they also became hyper aware and more awakened, whether that be spiritually, maybe because this dolphin also helps them find more spirituality. This dolphin, I feel like, is very spiritual, and just they like to help this person on their spiritual journey, I feel. Especially with the purple here. I think they they could be a quite spiritual person. And they like kind of push that on to this person. Also, I think this person is being very hyper aware of their surroundings. They could have a lot of anxiety or just be a person with anxiety. They could also possibly be a quiet person. Unless they're by their friends, then they have all this energy. I also think that they're done worrying about all the different possibilities of how things could go bad. Now they're starting to focus more on the positive things and trying to appreciate the little things in life, maybe to find different ways of showing their appreciation and start focusing on, they do have abundance. Whether you see it or not, there is abundance here. That could be with friendships. Maybe they aren't appreciating their friends or the people that surround them, maybe because they're like, oh, like, they're not real friends, or I don't know if they're really there for me. But this is like a sign that maybe this person's trying to let that insecurity go and realize that you're surrounded by a bunch of different friends, like whether they're very close or not, they're still your friends. And maybe to start appreciating, start appreciating them and maybe showing different ways of showing your love. But not in a way of where you're throwing yourself away to people who aren't reciprocating. Like, don't give your 110% away to people who don't do that. You may be surrounded by, the Gaisley may be surrounded by a lot of different friends, but only, one or two of them really show and reciprocate that energy. Those are the people you could put 110% with, but to the others, respect yourself, but also you could, still find different ways to show your appreciation, just not in a overbearing way. I think this person is starting to, they want to sit down, find their breath. Maybe they had difficulties breathing recently because of that illness or sickness or whatever, and they were forced to sit down and acknowledge the bountiful abundance that surrounded them, and taking the time for themselves and that forced them to meditate or forcing them to relax really helped them nourish their gentle spirit. They could be also having a lot of flip-floppy energy when it comes to friends. There could be very appreciative, loving, and then they could be anxiety, scared, or just lack of energy because they could be feeling down about their self-confidence. I think some of the things also that this dolphin may help the Gaisley with is trusting your heart and using your head. So trusting your gut. If you feel something is off, it's usually right. But also it's always good to know for sure. Don't assume, because you make an ass out of you and me. And then feeling alone because no one else understands. I think this person may truly confide within this dolphin. I think they fully share everything to this dolphin and just tell them everything because they feel that the dolphin can truly understand them. It could also be vice versa. This is what the Gaisley helps the dolphin with, or what the dolphin helps the Gaisley with. I feel like that's vice versa. Because it seems like a very equal, balanced relationship. But also, one person could possibly be in the mode of giving a little bit more away. So maybe find ways to communicate and maybe take a step back to let the other person also give, because I feel like they are willing to, and they are the same way as the Gaisley. They love to put a lot into relationships and put an effort. So maybe someone needs to take a step back and let them do that. So with the dolphin is somebody who is a healer. They have light radiating off of them. They have a lot of blessings coming their way. And they could be very intelligent when it comes to spirituality. Since it's in reverse, and the fact that abundance as well is in reverse, and the fact that this talks about blessings, makes me feel like maybe there's not a lot of abundance coming their way currently. Maybe their life is a little bit stale, or have become a little bit stale, so they're like feeling very emotional, or in a very emotional state. Maybe when it comes to friends as well, maybe they are also the type of person that gives a lot of themselves away, but now they're more of in like a spiritual journey to where they're finding to respect themselves and trusting their gut and knowing who are real and who is not. I think I definitely think that they're having a lack of abundance. They could just be in a very stale moment of their life. Maybe not a lot is coming towards them. Maybe there's not a lot of gifts coming towards them, or money coming towards them. Maybe their money's very tight right now. But I think they're following a path of spiritual awakeness. Like they're becoming more creative spiritually. And like within their heart, maybe they're starting to follow their passions, or following a spiritual path. Maybe they're doing tarot card readings, or they watch a lot of tarot card readings, or maybe they could also just be following something that guides them. So like their music or art or things like that makes them evoke feeling. I think they could be in a very emotional state right now. In this time period. They could also be dealing with family matters as well, some sort of family issues, or not spending a lot of time with family, and I think the Gazely possibly may help them with that. They could help them, or maybe the dolphin confides about their family issues to the Gazely. They talk a lot about their family issues. Another thing with the dolphin is I think the dolphin may currently be in a time of underestimating their own power. I think they have a lot of spiritual intuition that they could share with others, and maybe they do that often, or like to do tarot card readings for their friends, but maybe they are a little bit self-conscious about it, and because people sometimes don't share what's right and what's wrong, like in the tarot card reading, maybe they're feeling like they aren't really awakened, or it's all just baloney, so maybe they feel a little bit insecure about that or insecure about the spirituality, so they're like underestimating their own power. They don't believe that they have the power to continue or to do great things. Another thing could be, since the abundance card is in pink usually represents love, nurturing, compassion. Maybe this dolphin is having a lack of abundance when it comes to those things. Could possibly be in a friendship as well. Maybe they're friends, or if they're in a current friend group, or maybe the abundance, or maybe the dolphin is feeling like there's a lack of compassion or love given to them from their friends. Maybe their friends are very like, they kind of just hang out, but that's it. They don't really show their love in any way, and maybe the dolphin feels a bit neglected. So maybe the Gazely is the type of person that is in the transition of trying to bring love into the situation, trying to bring love for this person, and showing them, maybe it's not all that you think it is, or it's made out to be. Like, they are our friends, like they do appreciate us, they do respect us. You guys could be the people pleasers in a friend group, actually, I'm kind of getting. And, you know, maybe they're trying to show that and have the dolphin receive that. I think the dolphin could possibly be feeling proud of themselves, or they may be feeling very proud about the Gaisley. Maybe they're proud of the Gaisley and they're very supportive. They could also possibly be having anxiety when it comes to the friend group or friends or friendships in general. I think when it comes in reverse, it's like they're very calm and comfortable with this person, but when it comes to other people, maybe it's, you know, they do have anxiety as well. With the real friends, I think you two are both real friends, but when it was also in sideways, I think you're not really sure whether those other people that are possibly in this group are your real friends or not, just because maybe the dolphin doesn't believe it because they don't show this abundance, this love abundance. So maybe that's something that you both talk about a lot as well. What else did I want to say? It was funny too because when I was shuffling these animal cards, there was a couple that came out. There was like a lot that came out within the friend group. So I do believe that you may have other people within the friend group. I saw the beaver and the butterfly came out, so I will read those for you. Just because these people could also be within the friend group. The beaver, I believe I think the beaver was an earth sign. Let's read the butterfly. So the butterfly is someone, maybe there's somebody in the friend group that's undergoing a great change or transition. They could be going through a great period of transition. Air element represents the heart. This change usually involves relationships. If you love your job, perhaps your career. Since transition is accompanied by some amount of discomfort, extra patient and kind during this time, especially if the butterfly is you. So just somebody who's possibly going through a great transition and maybe going through a difficult time. And they really need the support of their friends currently. They could be in a very fragile or frustrated state, but being cheerful and grateful once the transition is done. And they could possibly be really working on daily routine. And then for the beaver, that could be one of the friends. The beaver. Where the hell is this beaver? Maybe they're a fire sign. Oh, the beaver is a water sign, actually. Because they swim in the water. Okay, so the beaver, someone who could possibly be a water sign. Also, the butterfly could possibly be an air sign, a Gemini, Aquarius, Libra. That could be one of those. And then the beaver is a water sign, so maybe you're friends with a water sign that is currently hardworking, loyal, tireless, family first. Maybe they put their family first a lot. Just someone who's quite hardworking, providing a home or financially stable. They work steadily for weeks, months, years, and always looking to see things through. They could be happy and do meaningful work, but when they're out of balance may feel useless or worn out. They could possibly also, to bring them into balance, do physical labor or selfless services. So that could be possibly a couple friends in the friend group. I wanted to talk a little bit more about these cards, and then we'll move on to your tarot cards. So with the Cancer, this person, maybe something that they need to work out is stop being so clingy. Maybe they're very clingy to the Gaisley, and they're not willing to branch out of the friendship just because they're like, oh, I have this person. Maybe they need to start, you know, not being so dependent on this person for friends, maybe to start branching out on their own and find real friends that are for them. They may be sulking a lot, maybe being really blaming or like sulking, like, oh, nobody likes me, no, like nobody wants to be friends with me, things like that. Maybe they need to remove that from their vocabulary, and maybe they need to spend more time currently with their family. So they could be feeling very sensitive right now as well. And maybe this Gazely helps them overcome those insecurities. And then with bring love into the situation, maybe this person is trying not to look in the past. Maybe they're dealing with the past right now currently. Maybe they're trying to walk away from the past. It says don't look back, changes are on its way and it's coming quickly. Whether you get the change that you want depends on both of whether you believe you can have it or how much you're relying on others to bring it to you. This card comes with the suggestion that you may need to do things independently or on your own. Maybe this is like advice, like maybe the two are very clingy and like dependent on each other or codependent, and maybe they need to branch out and explore life on their own a little bit. So this person possibly needs to start doing things a little bit more independently and on their own. Possibly need to let go of the past, move towards the future as soon as possible, and maybe need to detach from a situation that's bringing them that anxiety or illness. Maybe the friend group, maybe everybody in the friend group is currently sick, and maybe the Gazely needs to detach from that a little bit. Possibly could also do some charitable work that might bring them back into balance, and thinking a little bit more out of the box to bring solutions. So maybe there's a difficult thing that they may be trying to solve, and maybe start thinking more out of the box. All right, let's pull your tarot cards. I want to ask, how does the Gazely feel about the dolphin? How does the Gazely feel about the dolphin? 1, 2, 3. 2 of Wands in reverse. How do they think the dolphin feels about them? 1, 2, 3. The Sun in reverse. I got the Sun in reverse in the last reading as well. And then finally, how does the Gazely feel about the future of this connection? King of Swords. Okay, how does the dolphin feel about the Gazely? 2, 3. The Star. Oh wow, we have a lot of similar cards from the previous. You may want to check that out. How does the dolphin believe the Gazely sees them? Ace of Wands. Pretty similar that they are pretty close together. And then how does the dolphin see the future of this connection? 2, 3. 3 of Cups. Celebration, happiness. Interesting. Okay. So with your tarot cards, we're going to start off with the Gaisley top row. So how the Gaisley feels about the dolphin, they feel that this person might be currently going through personal goals, having inner alignment, possibly being fearing of the unknown, and could possibly also have a lack of planning. I think so. The Gaisley sees the dolphin as somebody who is currently internally going through finding inner alignment. They're really trying to work on themselves, focusing more on themselves, spiritually, logically, really just trying to hone in on themselves to become their higher self, working on themselves, and the Gaisley sees that. And they're trying to set personal goals, they're trying to work on their goals, possibly doing routines. The Gaisley sees that, they notice that. I think that's something that they like about the dolphin. I also think that maybe the dolphin confides in the Gaisley of the fear of the unknown. Maybe the dolphin is the type of person that really worries about the future, and the Gaisley possibly may confide in them and say, hey, you know what? Don't worry about the unknown, and just keep pushing, keep doing what you got to do. Stop worrying about the future. Work on the now, the present, because you can't control the future and you can't control the unknown. Just keep going, keep at what you're doing, focus on now. And I really do think that they see the dolphin as someone who worries about the future a lot. I also think that the Gaisley may try to be like, hey, don't focus so much on the future, but also it might be good to have a plan. There's a difference between stressing yourself out about the future and the unknown, rather than also being like, oh, I have a plan on what I'm going to do in a couple years. It's like a basic main plan, but if I go off trail a little bit, it's fine. With how they think the dolphin sees them, I think they believe that the dolphin is, I think they believe that the dolphin sees the Gaisley as someone who is working on their inner child, possibly trying to find more fun in life, wanting to go out more and do things with the friend group, or have more fun, acting a little bit more childish. I think they also believe that the dolphin can see right past them and see their sadness. So I think they think the dolphin thinks they're sad or feeling down. And the dolphin can see that, and they recognize that, and maybe they go out of their way to be like, hey, are you feeling alright? I notice you're acting different, are you alright? And the Gaisley maybe tries really hard to front off those feelings and be like, hey, no, I'm perfectly fine. But they know the dolphin can see right through them. And also they may also think the dolphin sees them as somebody who's very overly optimistic, maybe a little bit toxically optimistic, and have toxic positivity, being human, making mistakes, gossiping, not always being positive is okay. You're human. That's balance. That's what balance is. To have the positive and the negative, That is what balance is. So I think they believe that the dolphin maybe sees them as overly optimistic, and for the future of this connection, I think that the Gaisley sees the both of them becoming more of a person that finds mental clarity. They find, they're able to decipher between insecurity and, criticism, healthy, constructive criticism. I think they also are going to find more intellectual power, start believing in themselves more, start feeling more confident in themselves. being more like just their higher self. I think they see that they're both on the right track to help each other when it comes to that. Also, I think they're finding more authority. They're finding more respect for themselves, knowing what to take and what not to take, and possibly finding the truth within things. Like maybe that friend group, finding the truth of how other people feel about them, or finding the truth when it comes down to when people are lying, or just like being more truthful within this connection as well, like telling each other the truth and always telling each other the truth. It's not good to lie, because the minute you lie about something little, it always it ends up becoming more than it had to be. It's always just to be honest. And if you lie once, maybe confide in that person and tell them the truth and be like, hey, sorry I lied, I don't know why I did, but I'm coming out clean. Or just next time, you know, be more honest and don't continue that lie. Like, just for now on, be honest with the person. With the dolphin, how the dolphin feels about the Gazely, I think they're very happy with their Gazely friend. I think they have hope, they have faith in this connection. I think they found purpose. I think they've found and filled that void. Possibly maybe the dolphin doesn't really have a lot of friends, or had a lot of good friends. Maybe a lot of the past friends were always just people that took advantage of them, and maybe the Gazely will be the person that fills that void of you know, being a healthy replacement. They helped this dolphin find a purpose, a renewal, and finding more spirituality within this connection as well. Maybe they see this as like a spiritual connection, like a twin flame or soulmate. Like you guys were made to be friends, to help each other through this journey. With the Ace of Wands, I believe that the dolphin thinks the Gazely sees them as someone who is inspiration, someone that possibly helps them with new opportunities, to always go after their dreams, always chase those opportunities, go at them with full force, and, you know, don't give up, stay determined. Maybe this person really helps them with finding self-confidence and determination internally. Also, maybe they help them with, or the Gazely sees them as someone who is growing, always finding growth. They're growing a lot. They're maturing. And they could possibly be maturing very quickly as well. Like, they're still always on their journey, but, like, they have changed a lot within the short amount of time. And they see a lot of potential with the dolphin as well. I think the dolphin believes the Gazely sees them as having a lot of potential. And seeing them as somebody who can surpass competition when it comes to career or things like that. And the way that the dolphin sees the future of this connection is they see celebration. They see a good, long-lasting friendship. They see parties in their future. They see you know, seeing each other at each other's weddings. They're always going to be like best friends, like having a good time, always having great memories together. I think also the Gazely maybe laughs at themselves a lot. They're always laughing about their failures or laughing about their awkward moments. They just love to laugh about it and then brush it off their shoulder. And I think they both may be very sarcastic people as well. That's just like how they laugh or how they joke about things. To maybe, like, it even wrote in the description that, you know, even if you throw up on yourself at a party, like, you guys will be laughing about that for the next couple years, and it won't even, the Gazely won't let it bother them. They'll just be like, it'll be a funny story to remember in the future. Alright, so I think that answers your question. I think you guys are both, like, great friends. I think this is a real connection. I don't feel like there is any fakeness going on. Let's pull some of these, and then we'll pull some charms and messages, and that will be the end of your reading. Let's shuffle these bad boys. Okay, let's pull them on the tarot cards, possibly pulling a message that represents the tarot. 2, 3. Cupcake phase. Maybe you guys are going through, you know, the good moments of your life in the friendship. You guys haven't really went through a hard, difficult moment yet that has tested the friendship. You guys are still like in a phase of supporting and respecting each other, and maybe it hasn't ever had your friendship has never been challenged yet. So maybe that's something that you guys will possibly have to work on in the future, and learning to talk things out and respect each other, because maybe you guys also tend to allow other people to step over your boundaries a lot. So maybe you guys need to set boundaries with each other as well. Maybe you guys haven't set boundaries with each other yet. The Sun. Make the connections, they are right in front of you. Maybe this is talking about the friendships, like the surrounding friendships. Maybe this is a advice from the spirit guides, like, hey, your friends that are around you, this abundance of friendships that are around you, you may not see them as real friends because they maybe aren't as deep of a connection as the Gaisley, but know that these connections are right in front of you. You just need to go out and make them. Respect yourself, and don't give too much of yourself away, but also like maybe make the effort to possibly be friends with them. Maybe you guys just don't know how to do that. So maybe that's another thing you guys could possibly talk about to each other and ask and say, how do I establish a healthy relationship? Give me a kiss. Maybe that comes with King of Swords. Maybe that's more of like the Gaisley sees the future of this connection of having healthy relationships when it comes to romance. Maybe you guys helped each other a lot with boy problems or girl problems, like talking to each other about your significant other and what they have done or how they disrespected you. Maybe you guys are now in a lot more healthier relationships, and you guys help each other stay in those healthy relationships together. The Star. Or maybe you guys like give each other kisses on the cheek or something, like to show that you love each other. 2 cards came out. It says it's your turn to decide. Maybe the Dolphin sees the Gaisley as someone, sees a lot of potential, sees a lot of hope and faith in this person, as a good friend, and maybe they're trying to take a step back and maybe allow the Gaisley to shine and possibly be the one to have more self-confidence to make decisions and take the lead a little bit. Maybe the Dolphin has felt that they've taken the lead a little bit with this friendship. Maybe there's taking a step back to have the Gaisley take the lead a little bit. They're trying to hurt us. I think also maybe the Dolphin deep down feels like the friend group or the friends around you are trying to hurt you, but I think that's just in an insecurity deep down, because maybe they've been hurt so many times in the past from past friendships and been, called out, or people have always talking crap about them or always were jealous of them. Maybe this is how they feel deep down, and this is saying like you must move on from the past and know that not everybody is out to get you. These people, if they put in the effort to be your friend, if they did things to show that they're your friend and like come to your things, like believe them and don't just assume. Ace of Wands. 1. Social standards stereotype. So maybe this person feels like, maybe they believe that the Gaisley sees the dolphin as somebody who is a stereotype, like mean girl. Maybe the Gaisley saw them that way before in the beginning, but maybe they're starting to shy away from that and see them more as like a person, a normal person. Maybe also they feel that way, or maybe they stereotype other people that are around them, and try to like assume who they're going to be before they actually meet them. Maybe also they let social standards get to them a lot, or stereotypes get to them a lot. Maybe that is some insecurity that they both need to work on, or that the dolphin needs to work on. I'm not a kid. Maybe the future of this connection is, you know, they see this in the future of you guys staying friends till the very end, like into your adulthood, and seeing them at your wedding, like you see them like being there for you. I think they're also trying to help each other mature and maybe guide away from not being kid-like. So like maybe dressing a little bit more mature when it comes to the time that you have to, or taking life a little bit more seriously maybe. But I think you guys don't really care, because it's like you don't have to yet. But I think like you guys may talk about that in the future and help each other how to like act more of your age, possibly. Because maybe you guys goof off a lot, and it's like you don't really care, and you could act like you're willing to be a child forever. Like you don't want to ever really grow up, but you don't want people to also consider you childish. All right. Now onto your charms. Right. And then okay, so let's start off with over here. So we have a little snowflake over the anxiety. Maybe they often freeze when it comes to anxiety. Like they, instead of, you know how it's like fight or flight and then freeze? Maybe when they're feeling anxious, they tend to freeze. Defective over supportive. Maybe they need to learn to be a little bit more supportive and show support in a different way, because maybe the way that they're doing is a little bit defective. Like it isn't fully showing their support. Bloodsucker, maybe they're worried about their career, or how people are going to like, you know, suck the energy out of them in their career. Domino effect I just thought of, or domino, like things falling. I think it's just, I honestly keep thinking about just like career or like future. Maybe you want to steer away from things ending in a domino effect, like things affecting your future with this person. Steering away from everything, you know, snowballing into something greater. Bloodsucker, maybe they want to always be, you know, a child and always still have that fun inner child within them, to the very end, even through like careers. And like maybe the people that, you know, called them childish are just bloodsuckers. Like they're just unhappy and miserable with their life, and they want to suck all that energy out of you. assuring. Maybe you guys assure each other that, you know, there isn't there you guys validate each other on like maybe what you feel insecure about, and you guys help each other through that. I think also maybe you guys talk tea. You guys tell each other the tea all the time, especially when it comes to stereotypes or social standards. We got a lock and a key here. So also maybe you guys like lock and key the tea away, or whatever you guys talk about, you guys keep it within yourselves. You don't tell anybody else. We also got acoustic. Maybe someone plays the guitar. Maybe you guys talk about somebody who plays the guitar. We also have a mermaid over here. It's kind of difficult to see, I'm sorry, but there's a mermaid here. Pisces energy. Maybe it's like your turn to decide on whether a decision about this Pisces. Maybe there's someone, Pisces energy. We also have an A here. This could be somebody's initial, like Anthony or Ava or Arya. That needs to be decided about. We also have a butterfly, transformation. This reminds me of some sort of transformation. Maybe the dolphin is taking a step away for the Gazely to make a decision or step up for themselves of this connection. Maybe there's two separate people, one person with an A initial and the other person is a Pisces, and the Gazely needs to go through some sort of transformation with these two people. Maybe these two people take advantage a little bit of them, and maybe the dolphin always sticks up for them, but the dolphin may be stepping back to help the Gazely, redefine themselves. Exit. Maybe the Gazely or the dolphin like leaves the conversation from other people, but then they come back and then talk to each other about how they feel and like why they're feeling that way, and they like open up because they feel that each other are the only people that truly understand. K could possibly be talking about someone with the K name, or maybe when you guys are ending the conversation, you're like K, and then you guys like exit the conversation. Or maybe someone gives the advice of trust your head and trust your gut, or listen to your heart, and you guys are like, okay, like I believe you, and you trust each other. Decongest. Maybe this Gazely had to go through some sort of decongestion, like maybe they were having difficulties breathing or with their sinuses recently, and decongest, like they had to release all that toxic stuff out of them, like whether it was sickness, fever, just like whether it be in like, showering and exfoliating the skin, or throwing up, actually letting it all out, or just like, digesting it all out or something. Like they were releasing this toxicness out of their body during this awakening. Like they had to go through some sort of shedding of the skin, a butterfly transformation. Expensive. Maybe you guys have been going through, the Gazely maybe have been going through ups and downs when it comes to expensive things. Maybe you guys have been spending a lot of money together, hanging out and partying, and maybe it's gotten very expensive, to the point where maybe there's going to be some cobwebs of those events. Like the person's going to take a step back, and there's going to be cobwebs that are created, and then they'll jump right back into it and start things up again once they can find the money. We got an arrow, a shot arrow. Maybe this reminds me of Cupid's bow, like love. So maybe the person is having a lot of abundance with love, and maybe that person starts with a T, their name starts with a T, or maybe they like something that starts with a T. Or maybe like you guys are being a team. Critique. Maybe they need to bring more love into the situation with the Gazely. Like maybe the Gazely needs to find more love for themselves and stop critiquing themselves so much. Or maybe critiquing the dolphin. We also have O. Like I just thought of oh my god, or maybe Ozzy. Maybe Ozzy is a name. I just also thought of Sydney. We got a cat here. I just thought of somebody's cat. We got a fairy here. Maybe you guys are in like fairy tale land right now. It's like a very good friendship you guys are having. We also have another fairy here, or like some sort of angel here. Libra, maybe the dolphin has Libra placements. They could be a water sign, specifically a Cancer, and then maybe they have Libra placements somewhere else, possibly in their moon sign, since it's on the moon. Or they could have Cancer in their moon. We got dock. Maybe they've been recently at the dock or on the boat, or maybe they're going to be on the boat a lot. Maybe they like spending time on the boat. False dock. Change. False change. Maybe they're starting to rewind back to bad behavior, and maybe they need to start changing and finding change. And continue with this change, dynamic change. Maybe it's going to be a difficult transition, but they're going to overcome it, find different ways to overcome. Music, maybe they are feeling iffy about their music, or maybe they like music helps them overcome personal issues. We also have this looks like a monkey or like a plant. So this makes me think of nurturing and abundance, fruition. Maybe they need to find this abundance within their friendships in order to bear their fruit, to actually gain fruition. Sticking with this and going through this dynamic change. M or W, maybe this person knows somebody who is maybe they're having difficulties with someone with an M name or with a W name. It could be a friend. And 5 represents instability, change, and conflict. Maybe they're having a lot of conflict with the friendship, not having love in the friendship. Maybe they need to work on that, find ways to improve on that. We also have a cat here. Maybe you guys both have cats. What does it say? We also have can opener. Maybe this person is more prone to drinking, or is like, hey, like, let's hang out and drink. They might be having an addiction to drinking. Maybe they've been drinking a lot, and maybe the Gaisley is like, you're an alcoholic. And then we have backbone. Maybe you guys need to grow more of a backbone when it comes to friends, sticking up for yourself, and, being yourself. You don't have to change or act like somebody else. Just be yourself, and don't kiss anybody's feet. I also think maybe you guys joke around about feet a lot, or maybe there's somebody in the group that has a foot fetish, or you guys joke around about that. Could also just be saying like, ground your feet and stick up for yourself. Like, don't kiss anybody's feet. We also got maybe also grounding yourself. We have a windmill. This makes me think of like golf or mini golf. Maybe you guys are planning on going to mini golf together, or spending time in like the wind, or like sitting on like a hill with like wind blowing in your hair during like the springtime. There could be spring coming, things like that. Fry feet, this makes me think of like bathing in the sun and frying your feet, like with like a sunburn. We also have a cross here. Maybe this person's trying to become more religious, or maybe they are anti-religious, like maybe they really don't believe in religion. What the heck is this? We got a snake here. Maybe you guys will stick up and become this King of Swords to snakes. Like when there's actually fake friends that penetrate the friend group, you guys will teach each other not to allow them to perforate your healthy authoritativeness and standards, or take advantage. Butterfly, I think you guys both see each other as someone that I think the dolphin sees the Gaisley as, you know, they're going through a transformation of a butterfly, and I think the Gaisley knows that the dolphin sees them as someone who is a butterfly transforming into a butterfly. Taurus, we have Taurus here. That could also just be showing like the future. You guys are going to gain more Taurus energy, like not showing your emotions and, you know, finding the authority for yourselves. Daily, maybe you guys are you guys are in the cupcake phase of this friendship daily, and maybe the sun in reverse, like your daily being like the inner child or goofing off, having fun. Alright, I think that is the end of your reading. Thank you so much, Pile 2, for sticking to the very end. I hope you found some messages that resonate with you. If you like this reading, please leave a dolphin emoji or a crab emoji in the comment section down below. Also, let me know how I did or what you liked. I'd really appreciate that. But anyways, thank you so much, and I'll see you in my next reading. Bye! Hello, Pile 3. If you chose this Eight of Swords with the Mystical Melodies Tarot deck, this will be your reading on whether this friendship is a real one or a fake one. So we are going to, right now, pull some cards that will tell us what their emotions are towards each other. Growing friendships. That's a nice sign. Okay, so this is person A, and this is person B. First, we are going to ask the Firefly, person A, what their feelings are towards the gazelle. I can't even I don't know how to say that. I probably said it like a million times wrong in the last reading. You might want to check out the last reading too, because I'm pretty sure this animal came out. 2, 3. Cares. I just thought of who cares, but cares. Someone who cares. 1. Emotionless. That's crazy. Hold on one sec. Sorry, I am just kind of flipping out about it a little bit because I was talking to my boyfriend and I was asking him to pull a word out, and he actually pulled this word out. So I was just wanted to text him about it because I'm a little shook because it was literally not even 2 minutes ago that happened. And the fact that this word came out, look how many words I have. It's a little crazy. It's a little crazy to me. But he'll be like, oh, it's just a coincidence. Because he doesn't believe in that. We got flaky. I don't know whether to take that in reverse or not. Divine timing. And how does the gazelle feel about the firefly? 2, 3. Scared in reverse? I don't know if I should take reverses or not. I think I'm just not going to. But I said I was going to last reading. I'll take it in reverse. You know what? Okay. Then we'll pull... what is something the Firefly would like to communicate to the gazelle? I'm pretty sure I said something wrong. I'm pretty sure I said it wrong last time. Jesus. What is something the fire light would like to say to the gazelle? Shit talking? Ooh, spicy drama. Ooh, what's going on? What we got here? Gazelle. What does the gazelle would like to say to the firefly? Being super critical. Interesting. I can't tell whether the firefly is shit-talking the gazelle or the firefly, like, you know, being like, hey, stop shit-talking me, like the gazelle is shit-talking the firefly. Let's see. Alright, so with the firefly, I definitely think, let's talk about the signs that are here first. So we have air. This person could be an air sign, so Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. They do not have to be. Sorry, this could just be the way that they deal with conflict or the way that they deal with communication, things like that. We also have Capricorn moon, so a new moon in Capricorn. This person could have a moon in Capricorn. They could be a Capricorn as well. Things like that. We also have a lot of yellow. We have different things like that. So with the firefly specifically, the firefly card here, this person may be running into, they may have a lot of inspiration, they may have a lot of motivation and, you know, dreams and goals that they want to achieve, but it is fleeting and it's fleeting fast. So that could be like, possibly when it comes to friendships, maybe they have a lot of dreams, they have a lot of goals they want to achieve in friendships, but they do not believe that they're good enough for friendships, or they don't believe that they can maintain the dreams and goals that they want to do because maybe they are just very self-conscious or don't have a lot of self-confidence in themselves to believe that they can do it, so they just kind of let the opportunity pass them. What else about the firefly? Also with the, they could be honestly with a job more specifically. Maybe there's a job opportunity that their friend may have given them or may have, like, told them about, or maybe they have a current job that they are staying with. And maybe they're putting a lot of effort into, maybe just a little like side note from this is that they're in a current job that's making them work very hard, and like a lot for, but they know that they can't get any further in the job, and there's a new like job opportunity that, you know, came in and was like, hey, like, you know, you could do better here. But, like, they aren't willing to take it, and they're willing to just stay at where they're at because they were afraid of taking that leap of faith, and they don't believe that they're good enough. So it's like your hard work is not paying off. Like, you're working very hard, but you aren't taking the steps and opportunities in order to make it fulfilling. I also think that there's a lot of yellow with this person. This person could be currently dealing with a lot of self-confidence issues. They could be not feeling good enough or not believing that they're good enough. Also, they could have possibly been through some sort of illness recently, like have dealt with some sort of sickness. Or this could also, the yellow could just be a sign of warning. A warning for something, maybe a warning sign about this person. Could also just be a warning sign with their health or their gut. Maybe their gut is trying to tell them something or trying to push them in a direction, but they just continue to ignore it, possibly because of self-confident issues. Also, with the yellow, yellow pertains to your second, your gut, your solar plexus chakra, which is like in the area of your stomach, your gut. your second heart. Yellow can also pertain to anxiety, having a lot of anxiety, and that's usually because, you know, not listening to your gut and things like escalate and you're not really listening to yourself. You're kind of just ignoring things and it builds up, so it leads to anxiety. So this person could possibly be having or dealing with a lot of anxiety currently. So I also think that with the no judgment card, they may be currently a very judgmental person, and maybe they're being very like super critical of this person. Maybe they talk a lot of crap about them, or maybe they just judge them, because usually judgment comes from a place of, you know, wanting or jealousy. So maybe this person is jealous of this person, so they shit talk, or just be really super critical and like are always very judgmental, or like to say things to change the person or fix the person into what they want based on, you know, social standards. So that could be a thing. So maybe this judgment card came out for them being like, hey, like, no judgment here. You know, release yourself from all judgment and release, you know, if you see yourself being the inner critic, tell it to take the day off and take a vacation, like to leave, and try to be more positive and more uplifting and allow people to be themselves. Stop trying to change everybody. Maybe that's something the Firefly needs to hear. I also think the Firefly, when it comes to their feelings towards the Gazelle, I think they care for this person. I think they care a lot. They care, and I think they may be emotionless. So maybe maybe they have difficulties showing their and expressing their emotions. Maybe they don't really show love at all. Maybe they don't do love languages for this person. Maybe they don't really like put in any effort, and maybe the Firefly needs to you know, start opening up and being maybe a little bit more vulnerable towards the Gazelle, because I feel that the Gazelle possibly may be more vulnerable towards the Firefly and express they could express things more, but it's in reverse, so we'll take a little more look into that. But yeah, so let's talk about the Gazelle now. With the Gazelle, the fact that it's in reverse, so when it's upright, it talks about someone who has heightened awareness and ability and could possibly be very vulnerable. So since it's in reverse, it could either mean that this person is very not vulnerable. Maybe they have a wall up with this person. Maybe they aren't as aware or observant. Maybe they've kind of been ignoring the flags, or just kind of like brushing things off and not really looking into them or really caring. They could just be not really aware of their surroundings. Maybe they've closed up their, you know, gut feeling. Maybe they need to learn more about their solar plexus and train that to really, you know, trust your gut. And maybe the Gazelle is kind of like, maybe I'm overthinking that this person is upset with me. So they kind of just like brushed off. But like, obviously that's not their concern. If the person is upset with them, they need to communicate, and maybe that's something they need to do. But with the Firefly, that actually made me think, maybe this person, when it comes to communication, maybe they don't go out of their way to communicate. They kind of just let that opportunity pass them, because maybe they don't feel that they're good enough to express their concerns. Maybe they're like, oh, my concerns are just not valid, or, you know, they don't feel like they deserve to be considered. Their feelings shouldn't be considered or something. Also with the new moon in Capricorn, this talks about like figuring out what you want to do in the future and possibly creating a 12-month plan. So is that actually with the Capricorn? Give me one sec. No, that's not with the Capricorn. I apologize. Ignore that I said that. This is the 12-month plan. So maybe the Gazelle needs to figure out, or maybe they've been focusing too much on the future of this connection because it's in reverse. And I think that's true just because we have divine timing here. Maybe this person is like, oh, this connection will come together with time. I'm just going to go with the flow, and I'm not going to put any effort in, and I'm going to like ignore everything and just let, see where the wind takes me. I also think that, okay, this person could possibly be an air sign, or not an air sign, I'm sorry, fire sign, right? Because this is fire. So they could be Leo, Sagittarius, or Aries. But the fact that it's in reverse and the fact that it's pointing down, I just thought of water sign. So someone could be a possible water sign, specifically Cancer. I don't know why that like popped into my head, but it did. So that could be for very few of you. And of course we have Taurus here, so somebody could be a Taurus in their sun sign, or this person could just have a Taurus moon, so a Taurus in their moon sign. I think they may be focusing on they could be very focusing on the future of this connection. Maybe they're like, oh, I don't know what to do. Should I leave them or should I stay? Maybe they're being really flaky recently and kind of just like dodging this person. Maybe because they've been shit talking this person. Maybe they've been talking behind their back or saying things like mean instead of just communicating. I think what would be great is if these two people sat down and talked, but obviously, it's a lot harder done than said. So another thing too, I think this person could possibly just be not really appreciative of the abundance that surrounds them. I don't think they appreciate what they have. I think they maybe are always like, more, I need more. They also could possibly be a little jumpy, and moving, having a lot of energy. Maybe they're moving from thing to thing, being possibly a little bit impulsive, like not really sitting down, possibly being not sleeping much. Their mind might be constantly racing, thinking about different things, having a lot of like repressed energy. Maybe they really need to like work out and like take that energy out on something. So it's kind of like giving them anxiety. Also, I was seeing that this person could possibly be like needing to be grounded. They need to get centered. Maybe they haven't been grounding themselves. Maybe their earth sign, their earth kind of has been taking like, what is it called? Taking the side road, or taking like, second, they're kind of just being pushed aside, their earth, and the fire sign is, taking the wheel and driving this car into like fast roads, like, going very fast paced, moving fast, and the earth sign is like kind of suffering in the corner. Like this person needs to become grounded again. They need to steady themselves. They need to find balance and stability. I think this person is very unstable right now. Also, it's pretty funny because we have the number of this card, like in the book, is 44 here, which 44 means stability. It's stability, I think it's like fulfillment. It's basically, what I remember is stability. So this person definitely needs to need to ground themselves, possibly need to work on their root chakra. We have the red here from root chakra. They need to ground themselves. This person may need to look those things up to help them. And then with the energy card is also on a double number, which is 5-5, which is change, instability, and what is the other word? Conflict. So maybe they're having a lot of conflict with this person. Maybe they've been fighting. Maybe they fought recently, and they're having a lot of like anger. And the red can represent anger, deep down, repressed anger. Maybe this person wants to fight this person or is like really angry about something. I'm not getting like they're showing it. I'm more of getting it that it's internally, like deep inside, and they're not really showing it much. But they could be showing it as outward as well, because the energy card is upright. Yeah, so they could be feeling angry about it. We also have, not only do we have 4-4, 5-5, but we also have 6-6 here for the hunger card. And 6, I believe, I need to look that one up actually. Give me one moment. So 6 is communication, cooperation, and harmony. So I think maybe this person will reach out to talk about things. And maybe the reason why this person shit-talked them and talked crap was because they were angry and didn't really communicate that. I think both of you guys just need to freaking communicate. And so 4 also here is structure, stability, manifestation. Maybe, I think just needing structure and stability is obviously a part of this. And lastly, let's talk a little bit more about the, I want to talk about the hungry card actually, about this person as well. So maybe this person also needs to take a step back and maybe they're spending a lot of time in their work, like to the point where it's overwhelming, or maybe they're not putting a lot of effort in their work currently, since it's in reverse. So maybe they're not putting a lot of effort into their job currently. Maybe it's like they're unemployed, or maybe they're doing other things like a side business, like selling things online or things like that. Okay, so with the hunger card too, I just wanted to mention the yellow, your gut, like it asks with the hunger card, it could literally mean that this person is hungry, but it could also mean that this person is hungry for something greater. And I think that this person is letting that the self-worth and not believing that they're good enough get in their way of what they're hungry for. So a question that for the Firefly is, what are you hungry for? Okay, let's pull some tarot cards now. We talked enough about this stuff. And let's pull these cards. Shuffling the camera. Okay. All right. Let's ask, how does the Firefly see the gazelle? Three of Wands. Okay, they could be looking for something better, like a better friend. Maybe they're feeling like this person isn't that great of a friend. Also, I didn't really talk about flaky and scared. Maybe gazelle feels that they deserve more than this friend. Maybe they're like, maybe the gazelle believes that this person isn't at their level, because it was also saying upright, it's like contemplating self-worth, but maybe the gazelle is having like an ego trip instead, where they're like, this person's not on my level, like, maybe they're being maybe also judgmental as well, and like being super critical and like trying to fix this person. That could be the other way around. All right, I think you both might just be that way, and this person's not scared of this person. I think this person may want to fight this person. Like, they're not scared. Like, they're like, I'm not scared of you. Yeah. Okay, how does the firefly believe the gazelle feels about the firefly? How does Wheel of Fortune? They're like, 50-50, I don't know. Okay. And how does the firefly see the future of this connection? The devil. Okay. How does the gazelle see the firefly? 1, 2, 3. 2 of Wands. Interesting that we have 2 of Wands and 3 of Wands here. Maybe you guys are feeling the same way. Maybe you guys are very similar than you thought. Okay, and then how does the gazelle feel the firefly feels about them? 3. Chariot in reverse. Okay, and how does the gazelle see the future of this connection? 8 of Cups in reverse. It's interesting that all of the gazelle's cards are in reverse. Alright, let me move these cards for you. Alright, so let's talk about the top row first, the firefly. So with the 3 of Wands, this is how the firefly feels about the gazelle. I think they feel progression, expansion, foresight, overseas opportunities. Okay, so I think this person is seeing new opportunities coming their way because of this connection. Could be maybe they're meeting new people, maybe they're gaining something from this person. Could be job related. Could also just be possibly that they're getting overseas opportunities, like maybe traveling with this person. Maybe this person, like they joined this person and then they joined a friend group, and this person is scared to leave them because, like, you know, they have friends or they have more invested into this person. But yeah, okay, so that could be a possibility. Progression, expansion, foresight, overseas opportunities. Maybe they see this person, maybe they look up to this person as well. Maybe they see that this person is progressing in life or progressing in some sort of opportunity. Maybe they have some fame or fortune that this firefly likes and is like interested in, and maybe that could be another reason to why they're like that's how they see this person. They see this person as, like, you know, there's a lot that comes with this person. Let me look a little bit more into that. They could see this person possibly as someone who's an innovative, bold, and can foresee opportunities in the future. Maybe this person is very outspoken or does a lot of things, like they they're not afraid to be themselves, or maybe they know their self-worth. It's more of like an ego trip. Maybe they this person kind of like looks up to them and like sees them like respectfully, like they're a well-respected leader because of their visions and abilities. They're successful at bringing other people along for the journey. These three are not afraid to enter unfamiliar territories, particularly if it's an opportunity that excels potential. They love to travel and explore new cultures. Maybe they're very prone to trying new things. Maybe they're very prone to going and traveling and doing things, or having fun with their friends and doing fun new things, and constantly being impulsive or just jumping and having a lot of energy to do those things. And maybe the firefly like kind of admires that and sees that and like wants to have friends that are like that, and sees that within this person. But they could also, I'm still just getting as more of like, I think they are like, I think this could be possibly for the gazelle, like their emotions towards the firefly, and then this is their emotions to the gazelle. It could be that case, I'm also getting, but it doesn't have to be. Maybe they see this person as like an opportunity, like to gain possibly from this person in some way. But I also think that they look up to them in some way as well. I'm kind of getting that. For the Wheel of Fortune, the fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune and the Chariot here is actually really big. Let me read the description it gave. It's very interesting. Who's for the Wheel of Fortune? I might have been... So, Wheel of Fortune upright and Chariot in reverse. So, assuming that life is out of your control. So, like, maybe this person is just, like, assuming that, you know, if you go with the flow, like, and see where life takes you, like, you know, you'll get to where you want to be. But the firefly needs to take control of their life. So, as I was saying, before I got rudely interrupted, I think this is just a message for either one of... I think it might be both of you, because we have the Wheel of Fortune and the Chariot, like, in both of your realms. It's like you guys don't... someone feels stuck. One of these people feels stuck in this friendship. Maybe because someone does something for the other person, or they're gaining something from the other person, like friends or friend group, or just fame, fortune, or something, and they want to stay to gain these things, but maybe in, like, response to that, it's like this person is extremely toxic, or one of these people is very toxic, or both of you guys are just toxic, in a way of, like, talking crap about each other, being super critical. Maybe this person doesn't allow this person to be themselves, and they're like, oh, in order to hang out with my friends, you have to act this way, or you have to be like this, or you have to fit in, or... You know, so they're very, very critical, and maybe this person feels stuck, but they put the blindfold over them. They kind of just like stick with it and stay, because they're like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna go with the flow, and, you know, let's see where the path takes me, and if I'm not going to be here, the universe will bring me in another direction. And they're not willing to like make the effort to make the change or take the opportunity, whatever it is. Or maybe leave this situation, like the friendship. And yeah, so another thing with Wheel of Fortune upright. Gosh, I apologize. So the way that the firefly, or the way that the gazelle sees the firefly, or the firefly believes the gazelle sees the firefly, is they see him as good luck, karma, life cycles, destiny, and a turning point. So the firefly believes that the gazelle sees them as maybe it's the other way around, where this one brings prosperity ahead. They have a good future ahead of them, and everything that's going to come, and inspiration and stuff coming their way, and they this person wants in on that. So the firefly sees the gazelle, seeing them as someone who has good luck, or has good karma, or has a destiny and a path where they're going to be led. And I think the firefly also, no, that's in the later, but so they see them as good karma, having a lot on their they have a good path coming in their way. Or maybe they also believe that this connection or this friendship was supposed to be in their path, and supposed to either teach them something in the future, or just was its destiny to be together in this friendship. They also could see it as a turning point. There's going to be some sort of change. With the Wheel of Fortune, it was also telling me, I think with the Eight of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune, that the gazelle, let me see exactly. I think it was something about the gazelle sees it as, this friendship isn't gonna work out, and just going back the old path, and not really, they're keep going down the same path over and over again. And instead of doing that, the Wheel of Fortune is more of a turning point for this opportunity. It's more of hey, instead of going down the same path over and over again with friends, maybe try something new and communicate. Sit down. You guys need to sit down, communicate how you're feeling, and possibly what needs to change in order to progress this connection. I think the firefly also sees the future of this connection as the shadow self. If they continue the way that it's going, they're going to fall back into their shadow self. It's the light that they have is going to flee and dim, and it's just going to be covered in darkness, and it's going to be their shadow self. They're going to fall back to their old habits and bad, unhealthy habits of, the devil within them, the bad side of them. They're going to fall back to that path and start doing negative things, start being, start talking crap about people, or falling back to their old ways. Maybe they're trying to be more of a healthier person when it comes to friends, but then now joining this friend group or this friendship brought them back to talking crap about their friends, or just being, very judgmental, or just feeling very insecure, just because, possibly there's a lack of communication. What else did it say? Hold on 1 second. Also, being attached. Maybe you become super attached to this person. Maybe you're going to the path of worshiping this person, and I'm stuck here, and I'm basically their slave or something. I have to kiss their feet. I have to, in order for them to allow me to stay friends with them, and being stuck there, and basically not being treated well, being abused, stuck in this horrible relationship, unhealthy relationship, just because you feel stuck or controlled to be there. And this was more of a message as well to the firefly. Maybe you need to take more control of your life and your decisions, and maybe steer away from people who may be controlling, like this person. Another thing too, this person, the firefly, may be taking, or maybe playing the victim, because Eight of Swords also talks about victim mentality. So maybe this person feels, insecure in some way, possibly with friendships, or just feeling that they're not good enough, and having a lot of self-worth, self-confidence issues when it comes to friends, that they feel like they have to kiss other people's feet to stay friends with them, or they have to kiss their ass or, you know, be abused or be mistreated in order for the relationship to be equal. And sadly, it's very sad that it's, you know, you deserve better, Firefly. You deserve better than that. I'm not saying that this person can't bring you that. I think they could be a good friend, and possibly if you guys communicate and talk it out, you know, you could maintain a healthy friendship, but it might be better to, don't, you know, you don't deserve that. You don't deserve to be treated like that. You deserve a lot more. You are beautiful. You have great opportunities. Like, you don't deserve to be stuck there, you know? Live your life, take control of your life, steer your life into the direction that you want to be. If you see that this person isn't there for you, leave it. Leave the connection. If you feel like you're better off without them, you don't have to stay. But if you feel that you could possibly steer this friendship into a better direction instead of the one that it's heading, do so. You know, take control. Don't just go with the flow. Like, take control of your life. With the gazelle, the way that it sees the Firefly is Two of Wands, which is like a similar, I believe it's quite similar to the Three of Wands as well. I think you guys may be mirroring each other. Okay, so in reverse, I think this gazelle sees the Firefly as someone who has personal goals, is currently going through inner alignment, possibly going through really just focusing on themselves, being with themselves, possibly just by themselves, maybe like a lone wolf type thing where they're like, you know, growing internally, and maybe they're trying to branch out a little bit and you know, go into more of like branching out to others. I also see that this person may believe that they're afraid of the unknown. Maybe the gazelle could see how far up the wall, or how this Firefly kind of has a wall up, and maybe the gazelle can see that, and they could see that they are afraid to be themselves, or you know, they're afraid to be vulnerable to the gazelle, maybe because they're afraid of past things, or just afraid of this coming out again. Also, lack of planning. Maybe, because I know the gazelle said that you need a 12-year plan, but maybe since it's in reverse, it's more of like the gazelle has a future plan, and they know where they're led, and they have like, you know, they have the ego, they know where they're going in life. And maybe they're saying, like, they're being a little judgmental of the Firefly, and they're like, oh, you don't really know where you're going. You don't know where your path is led. And also it was more of like, you need to take control of your life and the path that you're directed, and respect yourself. Like, don't head down a path where someone else leads you to, you know, use you or take advantage of you or something. I kind of got that before. Lack of planning, like, yeah. Honestly, that's the best way I could put it. And then the Chariot in reverse for how the gazelle believes the Firefly sees them. That was more of like, they see him as somebody who could possibly, one of the things I remember was, could possibly have a short temper. This could also be that they're kind of giving into fate and destiny rather than taking control of their life. I think it's both ways. You guys see each other both as not really like taking control. You're kind of just like going with the flow with this connection. And they're kind of just like letting fate and destiny allow this path to develop, but I think you guys need to set boundaries with each other and possibly communicate more in a more like real, non-fake way. Be honest and be open and vulnerable with each other. I think also maybe the firefly, I think the gazelle may believe the firefly sees him as someone who also may have a lack of direction as well. I think it's like more of like the gazelle puts on this front of like, oh, I know where I'm going in the future. I have my path all laid out for me. I know exactly where I'm going. And maybe this person kind of judges the firefly, being like, oh, do you even know where you're going? Do you know where your future's going to lead you? But deep down, like, they think the firefly still can see through that and still sees that they don't even know where they're going. They have a lack of direction as well. And they could be in a really jumpy, panicky, impulsive mode right now because they could be stressing out about it or freaking out about the future a lot. And they could be putting out a front saying, like, they're not scared. They could actually be scared. Self-discipline and opposition. So they could also be playing as, like, they're trying to learn self-discipline. They're trying to discipline themselves when it comes to friends, when it comes to self-love, when it comes to just work ethics, I think the gazelle believes the firefly is very headstrong and a force to reckon with. Sometimes this determination can turn into aggressive behavior, and maybe in case it's like a piece of advice for the firefly, if it happens to happen, just kind of let them work that out on their own. I'm definitely getting some sort of aggression or anger from the gazelle. So maybe this person has like a very short circuit where they have a temper, and it could be coming out of a like means of passion and determination and like wanting to like, you know, passion and to get something done, but it sometimes gets to the point where they get a little bit too emotional with it and it comes out in anger. Yeah, I think the gazelle may see the firefly as emotionless. Maybe they don't really show their emotions a lot to the gazelle, when the gazelle maybe has shown their emotions already. First one being anger, or scaredness, possibly. I think the firefly may want to, like, I think they do care and they do want to put the effort in, but I think they're very scared of this happening. So they're kind of playing the victim with all friendships. I think they're very scared to friendships, and letting people in and being vulnerable. And I think they have difficulties trusting people. And then the future of this connection, I think the gazelle sees the future as being trying one more time, indecision, aimless drifting, and walking away. So I think this person may also be having, you know, a negative outlook on the future of this connection. I think they might also be thinking like, oh, this is just aimless drifting and it's not going to work out, and I'm going to have to walk away from this connection. I also think that it could be an opportunity for this person to try one more time, and they're not really sure on which path to take. Like, they're not sure. They're kind of just aimlessly drifting, like, flip-flopping with their emotions probably. Like, oh, I like this person. Oh, I don't like this person. Oh, I like this person. I want to be friends with them. Oh, I don't really like this person. I think you both may be possibly feeling... you may both have had issues with friends before, and maybe that's another reason why you guys may have this wall up. And maybe it'd be good to communicate that and be a little vulnerable, show your vulnerable side and be like, hey, like, I'm here to be your friend, you know? I don't want to judge you. I don't want to, like, let's put our insecurities aside or our past aside and let it go. And let's start this new fresh, you know, this new friendship new. Let's have a new fresh start. And change the path, the future of what you guys see. So definitely a lack of direction, goal setting may cause you to wander aimlessly through life. So really not sure on which direction to take about this connection. I think they're very worried about the future. They don't know what to do. I think they may not be scared, but it's more of like they just don't know what to do about the future. They do not have a plan. There's a lack of planning with this person. And they're kind of just letting, you know, they're letting the universe take over. Let's pull out some messages now. And then we'll move on to your charms, and that will be the end of your reading. Pile 3. Okay, 3 of Wands. 1, 2, 3. Go through with it. This is a sign that it is okay to continue. You guys can be very, like, jealous of each other's style. Maybe you guys like the way you guys dress, or maybe you find each other very pretty, or just jealous of maybe each other, and maybe that's why you guys are very critical of each other, just because, you know, envy. I think this person might be a little bit more jealous in a way. It also says respect yourself, and I'm sad in reverse, so maybe someone's feeling a little happy watching this video, or just feeling more happy now. Respect yourself. I definitely think the Firefly needs to know to respect themselves in every relationship. You deserve respect from everyone. Maybe you need to look down within and really teach yourself and learn that you do deserve respect. With the 3 of Wands again, so it says go through with it. This is a sign that it's okay to continue. Like, maybe this person's also trying to look at a different path of which to take, or the opportunity. Maybe they're talking about the opportunity that it's being displayed. Like, maybe there's a chance where you guys get to visit overseas together or go on some sort of trip. And this is saying to go through with it and that it's okay to continue. Wheel of Fortune. 1, 2, oh. The more you hide, the more it will kill you inside. So maybe there's something that they're hiding. The Wheel of Fortune, I think that was like turning point. I think it might be the lack of communication. That might be talking about the lack of communication. Maybe you need to express yourself more. Maybe you need to talk to this person and be like, hey, like, do you like me? Like, are we, like, friends? Like, because sometimes I feel like you don't like me, and like, I just want to let you know that I really do want to be friends with you, and I hope that maybe we could start things off right or something. Just start things off in a better way. I think that'd be great. The Devil. 3. Oh. It says save your money. Maybe you guys are spending a lot of money hanging out together. Maybe you've been out to the bars recently and just spending all your money on drinks, or buying a lot of things for people, or just like maybe there's been graduation parties, or just a lot of money has been spent recently, and it's saying to save your money, possibly try to find ways to not spend your money so much. 2 of Wands, you could also be just tight on money, possibly unemployed. Two of Wands. 2, 3. Keep pushing, you're almost there. Maybe more effort needs to be put in to this relationship, and don't give up. I think the Two of Wands was also like aimlessly drifting. Maybe figure out, you know, what it is that you want in the future, like maybe write it down. I get to count. Okay. You deserve better pay. Maybe someone is, oh, and it also says you deserve better, but it was also in reverse. Maybe you deserve better when it comes to treatment, and maybe you can deserve better with this person if you communicate. It says you deserve better pay. Maybe someone isn't being paid enough or a lot with their job. 8 of Wands or 8 of Cups. It says wrong path. And it also says being pretty isn't everything. I think someone may... Oh! Okay, so... I just thought of something... like... maybe somebody is like an Instagram model or making money like with their body, or making money with their appearance or something with that. Or just like, it doesn't have to be that, it could also just be like something about being pretty, makeup, something like that, and or hair, maybe they're a hairstylist or something. And it's saying being pretty isn't everything. Maybe this person needs to realize, like, there's more to you. There's more than just a pretty face, pretty hair, pretty body. You also have a great, personality. Maybe you need to figure out what your personality is and start loving yourself and not showing everybody everything just, maybe for attention or for love. People should love you either way without having to show everything off. And wrong path, maybe this person is going down the wrong path and they need to be redirected into a better one. Okay, let's do the charms and then we will be done. Okay, we accidentally got a gingerbread man off the table. Maybe this person's gonna become flaky around Christmas time because we have Christmas things like gingerbread, cookie, or maybe you guys are gonna bake something and they're not gonna show up. Riding a bike, maybe this person is starting to get into exercise or riding away in a bike, or maybe they believe they could walk away and divine timing will bring them back. We also have an A over that. Maybe their name is A, or maybe somebody with an A name is hoping that divine timing will bring you guys back. We also have cards here. Like, this reminds me of like a deck of cards. Maybe you guys will start gambling. I just thought of gambling together. Maybe someone referred to gambling or having a gamble night where you guys just do that. We also have N. Maybe somebody with the N name is trying to help you to save your money, or is going to, or that person needs to save their money, and also probably share you the tea, like gossip with you, talk to you about what's going on. Also, we have a cat. Maybe one of these people have a cat, or the person that's also saying to save your money or that needs to get grounded has a cat. We have wrong path with I love or love. Maybe this person needs to find more love for themselves, or love in general with other people. Made with a smile. Maybe this person has a really nice smile or smiles a lot. We got like a little sun here. A flower here. Beautiful blossoming flower. Maybe this person is growing, changing, maybe growing personality wise. You deserve better pay with the butterfly. Maybe this person's going to go through a transformation with their job. We also have another butterfly here. I think both of you guys will be going through a great change, a transformation, a turning point. The butterfly is like, transformation. And then we have, this reminds me, this is like a mirror, looking in the mirror, but it's also like a portal. Like maybe you guys are both learning that you don't need validation and compliments from other, especially males. Maybe you guys kind of get in each other's way when it comes to male validation, because maybe both of you guys are like used to being the center of attention when it comes to males. And maybe this is like a way to show you both and like turn the mirror around and be like, hey, like, you don't need validation from any man. I mean, look at who you're getting validation from. Like, doesn't mean shit because they aren't shit. And also, you should know deep down in yourself that you are good enough in either way possible, whether it be in friends or whether it be in relationships. You deserve respect, you deserve the best, and you don't need validation from other people to know that. We have an Eiffel Tower here. Maybe you guys will travel together, or maybe you'll feel stuck to travel together because we have the thing. Or maybe some drama will happen traveling to Italy or something. I'm also kind of getting like romance, like maybe someone feels trapped in a unhealthy relationship. Maybe you guys will help each other in relationships. We got the four-leaf clover, like having luck. Luck is on your side. Possibly your hard work needs to pay off. Take the opportunity. I think we also have another cat here, but it's like it reminds me of like Spanish culture. I don't know how to explain that, but it reminds me of like old school type way of drawing. You know how they draw the sun in like aluminum? I don't know how to explain it. That's just what it reminds me of. It reminds me of like grandma or grandpa type. Abuelo, like tropical. We have a boat. Maybe someone offered to drive a boat, or maybe someone offered to take their boat out. We also have like grapes here. Maybe they want to be fed grapes, or maybe they want to go on like a yacht club thing where there's cutlery and like food and meats and cheeses out. We have an owl, learning knowledge, being observant, being quiet, possibly a night person going out at night a lot. We have, this reminds me of an airplane fan or like engine. So like traveling, taking flight. And then we have a lock here. Maybe they're, not feeling emotions or being very uptight with their emotions. It's all locked away. They're not willing to be vulnerable because they don't trust anybody. We also have a broom here. Sweeping things under the rug. Maybe this person needs to communicate and push through and talk those things out. All right, that is it, pile 3. Thank you so much for staying to the very end. I hope you found some messages that resonate with you. If you'd like to leave a comment or a like, I would totally appreciate it. If you'd want to leave like a little firefly emoji or a deer head or bull or raccoon emoji to let me know that you had pile 3. That would be great. And I'll see you in my next reading. Bye! Hello, my beautiful pile 4s. If you chose the 10 of Cups, this will be your reading about whether this friendship is a real one or a fake one. The lovely Omen Tarot deck, if you chose this deck. Alright, so I pulled both sides. This is person 1, and then person 2, or person B, person A, person B. And so the Phoenix will represent person 1, and then the Firefly will represent the second person. So let's talk about the Phoenix person first. So what I did was I asked the 4 oracle cards are supposed to represent the Phoenix person and possibly how they are acting in this relationship. And then the 3 bottom cards, the blue is their emotions towards this connection. And then the yellow, so this card is representing something they would like to say to the Firefly. And then the same is vice versa, so the same thing holds for this. Alright, where do I start? So let's talk about the Phoenix person. I think the Phoenix person is currently going through an awakening or a rebirth, especially because we have the Phoenix. The Phoenix, basically the whole story of the Phoenix is that somebody dies or someone passes or somebody, their flame gets like delit and they crumble, and then from the ashes they like a huge phoenix just emerges out of the flames and stuff. So like a rebirth, basically, like a new beginning, a new view and perspective on life, different things like that. I think also this person is trying to go through that. I think I think also this Aries, they could possibly be an Aries as well. That could be their sun sign, or that could just be their moon sign. They could have an Aries moon. But the fact that it says a fiery climax approaching, and the fact that we have the Phoenix right next to that, which is like a fiery like rebirth, it's like, to me, this makes me believe that internally there's going to be a fiery climax, and it's approaching soon, like it's coming soon. Maybe that's in a way for this relationship. Maybe this person is trying or is going to see this relationship in a new perspective and maybe bring forth you two together. I think maybe from what I'm seeing and what I'm reading of the cards, I feel like this connection hasn't been brought together yet. I think maybe you guys aren't friends yet. Maybe you guys know of each other, or you could be like somewhat acquaintances, but it's not like what it's going to be in the future. Like in the future, the 10 of Cups, or I mean it could be currently, but the 10 of Cups basically represents a healthy, long-lasting friendship, respectful relationship, like loving, giving, like very respectful, wonderful sign to be, especially in a love relationship. Another thing that I'm getting is this could be a love interest in the future. So like I feel like this person, maybe you guys are just friends right now, and they could be happy with like where they are currently, but then they're going to be going through some crazy transformation, possibly of something happening that forces them, maybe possibly some sort of sadness that forces them to go through a rebirth. And that's going to be what leads them to this connection. They could possibly currently be ghosting you right now. So maybe that's another reason why. Maybe if you are the firefly, you could possibly be the firefly, because especially if you watched throughout the entire video, the firefly came up at least, I think, twice. So you might want to go back and check that out. But yeah, so I think this is like, they could be ghosting you right now, and maybe they ghosted you because maybe it just wasn't the right timing, or wasn't a good time to be friends, or maybe they currently are dating somebody else, or something that's going to quickly change, and it's going to change their life, and how they might be happy in another relationship right now, but and maybe that's why they're ghosting you, because they want to be loyal, they want to be, oh, I didn't even realize this card was here. So they want to be loyal, so they might be ghosting you, but I think it's also because they have possible feelings for you, but they want to possibly work what they have now, because that is what they're known, that is what they know, and they're afraid of the unknown. They're afraid to leave this person to jump right into this new connection, and I think they are going to go through that entire thing themselves, and possibly at the end of it will lead them to going through a rebirth and figuring a new perspective of themselves, and they're going to grow a lot in order for them to come into this connection and possibly be a nice, healthy relationship that you guys will both be learning from. I think they maybe previously were passionately talking to you, or maybe the reason why they ghosted you, like, this is their answer saying, like, oh, it's because we were passionately talking, and, like, it was getting a little bit too far to, like, flirting that I could handle right now. Also, ideal partnership, the fact that it's in reverse, and then we have abundance in reverse. This could mean a couple different things. So what I'm getting is ideal partnership. This could be that they're wanting for an ideal partnership internally, and that's what they're going to learn and become once this phoenix, arises from the ashes. Once they go through a rebirth, they'll figure out internally what an ideal relationship they would want. But it could also mean that they're currently not in an ideal relationship. So another reason why that could be in reverse. It could be a unhealthy relationship that they're in. Possibly one of the couple of things that would be unhealthy that they have done or they do in the relationship could be that they are overbearing or cross boundaries. Because this talked about, it's like a ram. They ram, like, the ram will run and, like, go as far as possible to hit something, and it's like they just, like, cross the line. I don't know. That didn't really make any sense, but I guess you could kind of understand what I'm saying. But it's basically like a tug of war. Like, this person's always trying to compete against the partner. Maybe this person always believes that, in a relationship it's like a competition, and maybe they're always trying to compete against their partner. It says there's a tug of war going on between what you want and what others want. It could also mean, another thing that I'm getting, it could be the complete opposite, because it's in reverse, where maybe this person needs to find their Aries energy. Maybe they're letting their Aries moon to the side a bit and not really taking control. And and they're being a little submissive in the relationship to the point where the other person in the connection is constantly getting what they want, and it's never really about this person. So that could be a thing as well. It could be both ways. It could be that they're overbearing, or it could be, and like crossing boundaries, and it's always about them. Or it could also be that, you know, it's always about the other person, and this person's being a little submissive. And being like too sensitive and too nice. And possibly needing to be assertive. Also, another message for this person, it says, don't be a baby. Sorry, but this could be the issue, in quotes. So maybe this person also is a little bit childish when it comes to relationships. So maybe that would be another thing that they get to grow and learn from within this phoenix. They could be, once they hit that phoenix point, or once they start maturing or growing, they will end up becoming more mature and seeing and learning new things about what an ideal relationship is. The abundance card, I'm also getting that this person could possibly be a jealous person when it comes to relationships, or just in friendships in general. This may not be a relationship. I'm getting relationship just because we have 10 of Cups and we have passionately talking an ideal relationship or partnership, and wine and cheese, and usually you only do that with like your somebody that you're, I don't know. So that's what I'm getting. But the abundance currently is like the fact that it's in reverse. This person could have a lot of abundance surrounding them, but maybe they just don't appreciate it or even acknowledge it, and like, so it's like they're always wanting more or always asking for more, never really appreciating what they have. It kind of reminds me of, to be honest, 5 of Cups, I think, where it's like 3 of the cups are spilt like on the ground. The person's only focusing on the negative, but behind him is 2 of Cups that are standing upright, and it's like, when you have the time to recover from this loss, turn around and see and appreciate the abundance that is remaining, the stuff that you still have. That could be the case, or it could also just be that this person is lacking in abundance, could be lacking in self-love, could be lacking in giving love in general to others. They could possibly need to strengthen their heart chakra. Could also mean that they need to be grounded. They may be very on the go, like constantly going, and it's never really sit down, let's take a break for 2 seconds and meditate and really figure out what it is that we want or what our subconscious is trying to tell us. It's like they have a wall up and it's like go, go, go. They could also possibly be trying to learn not to burn bridges, and find a way to not run away from their past as well. With the Phoenix, they could possibly be trying to maybe fix and have a good relationship with whoever they're, once the turning point hits and this person goes through a difficult time period to where they're forced to become this Phoenix, they will still try to maybe fix things, but not get back with the person. It's more of like to leave things off good, not leave it like, screw you, you are the only problem, and then never learn anything from it. But it's more of like, they see what they did wrong as well, and they see what the other person did wrong, and it's more of like, hey, like, I still will always be here for you, like, I still care about you, but obviously I don't think it's good for us to be in a relationship right now, and I think we should move on and do our own thing. So that is what I'm getting there. And then for the firefly is like your opportunity for this yellow light that is coming in, this inspiration and creativity and just like passion is fleeting, but it's like it's there and there's a lot of it, but it's slowly fading and being covered by darkness. And it's like this firefly needs to take the opportunity, whatever is being granted to them, possibly this person. Maybe they need to not give up yet and maybe reach out and be like, hey, like, I think maybe you should give them some space to figure this stuff out, but I don't think you should give up on them just yet. I think this may be my pile 4 viewer. If this is you, I feel that maybe you are asking or looking at this video currently because you are wondering why this person ghosted you and whether they are still your friend or not. Maybe you guys were friends and it started getting a little flirty or romantic and the person ghosted because they weren't ready for that, or because they have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and they took a step back. And this person may be asking like, oh, are we still friends? Like, you know, I hope we're still friends. Like, at least can we just be friends? You know, you just don't want them to exit your life. And I think just be patient, because I think that this person will definitely come back into your life. Let them deal with what they have or what they're dealing with right now. Don't give up on them yet. You know, I think they will come back. I think it's divine timing. I think they will come back into your life when it's time. You could possibly also be an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. And then the fact that we have nothing will come of the situation, and in reverse, I feel that there will be something to come from this situation. I think both of you are just not ready yet for this connection. I think this person has a lot to learn, and I think you also may have some self-reflection to do as well. Possibly when it comes to, if this is the case where they were passionately talking and this person does have a significant other or somebody they were have a girlfriend or boyfriend, maybe this person could reflect on that and be like, why was I willing to be, you know, their side piece? I know it's more of like you're just interested in them and you can't help it, and you want them to leave who they have to come to you, but it's not going in the right way of doing it. I think the Aries here, the Phoenix, the reason why they ghosted is because I think they see this person as a great opportunity to have a healthy, loving connection, but they want to go the right way about it. They don't want to put you as the side thing right now. They want to, you know, figure out what is going on first in their connection, learn what they have to learn in this connection, and deep down I feel like at the end of the day they still see this in their future. I think the Firefly may want to, I don't know how, but may want to find a way to not let this opportunity go. So, because it's saying like it is fleeting and to take the opportunity, maybe instead of trying to, I would say be patient, because we have the blue is astounding in this area. You could also possibly want to communicate, since we have the yellow. Maybe try communicating your feelings. Maybe they're not fully aware of that. And then after that, especially because we have emotionless here as well, maybe this person isn't aware of how you feel towards them. So maybe it's good to be like, hey, like, I have feelings for you or something, you know, and just flat out say it and be like, I know you are with somebody, or I know you have other things on your plate, but I am interested, and I would like to see where it would take us. And then after that, give them the time and patience, and don't text them again. Let them come to you when they're ready. So possibly communicate, and then also during the quiet time, during the time of sanctuary or isolation, where you'll pull to yourself and maybe do some self-reflection. Take your time. Think more logically, because we have the blue. Blue represents that. You could also possibly be thinking very logically about this situation, and not really about what your heart feels. Maybe you need to deep dive and explain of what is your gut telling you? What is your heart trying to tell you? Or what are your feelings for this person? But also with like hermiting, you may need to hermit, or, take some isolation, meditate, do some self-reflection, look at yourself in the mirror, and listen to your gut, or start to open up your, maybe this person needs to go through some rebirth as well. And then the sanctuary card, the fact that it's in reverse, you may not be doing this right now. You may be also on the move constantly. You could be up this person's butt, texting them constantly as well. And maybe you should take a step back, talk about your emotions, and then take a step back and withdraw from this, and just take the time for yourself, and they'll come when they're ready. Because I know you probably don't want to let them go, because you see this opportunity fleeting, but as long as you say how you feel, and then after that take the time for yourself to reflect, I think that will be the best way to approach it. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the color blue. I talked about you could be thinking logically, also possibly trusting yourself, trusting the universe that this relationship will come. And also blue can represent, I really like the description that they said for blue, was that they would use like this exact color in places of, they would use this in as a treatment for seasonal affective disorders. So like when people would get very sad during the winter, or get sad during the summer because of the different seasons, they would use this color blue in order to treat their sadness. I think it's like a very calming, like water, soothing water blue. It also can correlate to the throat chakra and govern communication, so you may need to communicate your feelings, your emotions, and be more honest about how you're feeling. You could be very honest right now, and just thinking very logically. So with the honored card as well, maybe this person told you, or said something about how they said they were interested in you as well. And then after they said that, you were like hoping that they would now branch off from this other person and come to you. But they didn't, and they ghosted. I think the firefly was honored that they said that they were interested. Maybe they were like happy that they were able to feel that this person feels the same way. But they could also be very sad that this person ghosted them after. And know that it's okay, because they want to do it the right way. They're trying to figure things out right now. I think it might just not be the right time. They need to figure things out. They need to learn. It wouldn't be good to get into this relationship right away, because this person still will be in a heartbroken state, thinking about somebody else in the beginning of your relationship. It's not a good place to be. They need to figure once they're fully done with this other person, then this connection could ignite. We also have trust your heart and use your head. I think this firefly is saying this to the phoenix, being like, hey, like, trust your heart. You know your heart, like, is somewhere else and, like, towards me. And they're saying, like, use your head. Like, think, use your head and trust your heart. Like, your heart is, if you're telling me that you have feelings for me, like, common sense, like, you're not happy with this person that you're with. Yeah. Okay, so let's pull some tarot cards now. I talked forever about that stuff. A little bit too long. It's kind of difficult to do that other thing. Okay, so how does the phoenix feel about the firefly? 1, 2, 3. The sun. How does... Wait, I didn't even get to ask the question yet. If six of swords comes out again, it popped out, but I didn't even get to ask the question. How does the phoenix believes the firefly sees them? Like, how are they? What do they think? King of Pentacles. Possibly somebody with wealth or abundance. And stability. How does the phoenix see the future of this connection? 1, 2. Okay, Knight of Swords in reverse. How does the firefly see the phoenix? What are their feelings towards the phoenix? Queen of Wands in reverse. They could be angry. I think they're feeling upset, definitely. Or some anger. How does the firefly believe the phoenix sees them? 2. 7 of Cups. And then how does the firefly see the future of this connection? Wheel of Fortune. I think they're more hopeful and having faith, and hoping that this connection will end up going the way that it needs to. I think they're trying to stay hopeful, and I think they're like trying to also possibly stay single for this person to enter this connection. Hold on, let me move this up here. We have pretty good cards here as well. All right, let's start off with the top row. All right, so for the sun, I believe that the phoenix sees the firefly as somebody who's very positive, very enthusiastic, very vibrant. They could be very optimistic. Maybe they show like the firefly is always trying to be very positive and very helpful, or just being like always like supportive and being like, hey, like this person when they're down or feeling negative, like the firefly is always there to lift their spirits and always be like, hey, like don't worry about it, like you can't control the future and things will, like, it'll all work out in the end. And like they're always giving positive advice and saying sweet things. I think they also might be very funny. They make everybody laugh a lot. They joke a lot. They give such a positive, fun, humorous. They like to show their fun side. They're always like, oh, let's go do something crazy, or let's go do something fun. They're always joking around, goofing off. And they always like to smile and enjoy life, no matter what throws at them. They're likely to be the center of attention and quite a social butterfly, living life to the fullest. So they could also like when everybody focuses on them, and like they like to laugh. They could also possibly be the type of person that's always smiling or smiles just to like make other people smile. So I think that's how the phoenix sees them. And then what the phoenix believes the firefly sees them as is somebody with wealth, with possibly a future in business or has a business, just like abundance. They also can see them as a leader, have some sort of security and stability, and have great discipline as well. So I think like the firefly just sees them, or I think the phoenix believes that the firefly sees them as someone who is just very stable, can provide financially for them as well, maybe like pay for their things, or maybe they like to show that they have money constantly, or they like to show that they care for this person with their actions or their wealth. Maybe recently this person bought them something but like tried to play it off, or just does things like that. Or they just see that they come from a place of money. Maybe their family has a lot of money, or maybe they are they have shiny new shoes, or have a lot of material abundance around them, like shiny new things. And maybe that's what they believe the firefly sees them as. They also could be somebody with discipline, so like authority. They could possibly have a little bit more of masculine energy, someone who they could show their feelings, but they show their feelings through action. They could possibly also be very reluctant to express their feelings. So just because they don't easily show vulnerability, but possibly they do show that vulnerable side when they feel comfortable to. With the Knight of Swords, I think they see this future, this connection moving too fast. I think it's restless, and I think they believe that it's overbearing as well. It's just like it's too quick. It's unfocused, impulsive, and going to lead to burnout. Like you guys possibly are spending too much time together, or texting each other too much to the point where it's like codependent. Maybe that could be another reason why this person may be feeling like they need to ghost, or they need to run away from the situation, or get away, because I think they need some space, because I do not feel that they are ready. I think both of you guys could possibly, if you are interested in a love connection or just a friendship, a better way to come at this would possibly take it day by day, go slow. It doesn't have to happen right now. This person doesn't have to become like strapped on top of you right now. Like they need to figure their shit out. They need to transform first before this can become something. And I think the Phoenix sees this relationship leading to a burnout if they don't resolve that issue now. And I think the reason why, another thing they're trying to fix in order to not have this happen, is by ghosting. They want to like steer away from this. Excuse me. This person isn't ready. They can't jump right into this relationship right now. They have things on their plate. They have possibly another person they need to work things out with first and figure things out first. And why would you want, also think about it, like, you're not thinking logically about the relationship. You want somebody to just drop, like, obviously, like, you want to be shown appreciation and, like, shown that you're better, or, like, that they love you more than the person that they're with, but it's not possible. That's not realistic. It's not something that someone could just easily drop the partner that they're with for somebody else. Like, they will still have feelings attached to this person. You have to let this person, detach those feelings and lose feelings fully and figure out that, they're completely done with this person. Because imagine you guys get involved, and the second you may do something wrong that this person doesn't like, because you guys got so fast involved together that they weren't able to fully lose their feelings for the other person. They're going to end up, hopping from person to person. It's not a healthy way of approaching a relationship. That needs to be resolved. So now let's move on to the bottom row for the Firefly. So with the bottom row, the Queen of Wands, this is how the Firefly sees the Phoenix. So the Firefly could see the Phoenix as somebody who's learning or in the process of having self-respect. Or just maybe you're seeing, if I was right about, it could either be that they are learning self-respect because they didn't have it before in the relationship because they were very submissive, or it could be that they are overbearing in the relationship where it may look like they have self-respect, but it's more of like it's control. So that's definitely something that they're learning, the Phoenix. And the Queen of Wands, the Firefly, sees them as someone who is learning self-respect, is learning self-confidence, or has these things. They may have self-respect, self-confidence. They believe that they have that. They also could be seeing that they're turning within, and becoming a little bit more introverted, or staying inside and working on themselves internally before they branch out to friends and the people around. They could be possibly hermiting right now. I'm getting Virgo. Could possibly have Virgo placements. Also, possibly reestablishing a sense of self. They're learning more about themselves. They're learning who they are. They're learning what it is that they want. They're reestablishing themselves into, the beautiful Phoenix that they want to be. The Seven of Cups, I believe the Firefly believes the Phoenix sees them as someone who's very optimistic, just like the Sun. For the Sun, since we have... Oh no, I read that wrong. I apologize. So the Seven of Cups, they believe the Phoenix sees them as somebody who is a dreamer, someone who's very highly optimistic about their choices and opportunities in life. I believe they see them as someone who is an ideas person. They're always coming up with a next big thing or next big thing. And the successful ones turn their ideas into action. Without action, the ideas are worthless. So maybe they're the type of person that comes up with these great ideas, and once in a while they'll go after those dreams and create them into reality. The fact that it's in reverse, though, maybe that this person may be overwhelmed by choices. So, or it could also be that the Phoenix is also seeing that this person, or the Firefly believes the Phoenix is also seeing this person, is finding more alignment, finding things that serve them, and leaving the rest. They also may be trying to figure out their personal values and what it is that they believe and don't believe, and just stuff that serves them. They also could be overwhelmed by choices. They may have a lot of different opportunities with either friends or relationships, and they believe that, you know, they see them as someone who may be overwhelmed by that. And then, but I think they still, the Phoenix may be a little bit jealous actually by that the Firefly has so many different options when it comes to romance. I think that may also scare them off a bit from the Firefly, just because like they may be like, I might want to stay with what I have just because I'm afraid that this person won't stay loyal to me, because they have so many different options that want them. It would be difficult to have to fight through the competition. And I think the Firefly may want to not give that sense off if they really do want a future with the Phoenix, possibly. I'm not saying like you are single, do what you want, but maybe show and express in a way, express your emotions that you have for this person, and show that like you want to be, you see a future with them and you want to be just for them. But obviously doesn't mean you have to be currently. If this person is in a relationship, like you could do what you want, but maybe express your feelings first, and then if that doesn't work out and this person like still just like, I don't think they'll jump right into this person right after they say that, because I still do think they have a lot on their plate, and I think, you know, timing will bring this together. So this person can do whatever they want. They're free. They're single. Like, go, you know, don't be loyal to somebody who isn't even loyal to you. They're in a relationship or talking to somebody else. Like, so go do your thing, but possibly express that you just want to be for them, you know, and you're willing to be loyal to them. And then Wheel of Fortune, the Firefly sees the future. They have hope for the future. They have faith in the future. They see this future coming together. They are trying to stay hopeful. They're trying to believe that they have good luck coming their way. And they believe in a destiny. They believe that there's a destiny that will bring these two together. And there will be a turning point. This Phoenix, they could be feeling this way now after watching this reading, especially now that I was saying all this, which is pretty funny. All right, let's pull some messages and then your charms, and that will be it. Pile 4. All right, let's pull some of these bad boys. Hold on, let me shuffle these off camera. You could possibly have a big smile. It also says, be careful who you surround yourself with. Someone is not to be trusted. I don't know who that message is for, but it was on the bottom of the deck. So maybe there's somebody that is not in for your highest good. I don't believe it's like you both, but okay, we have wrong path. That's making me believe the Phoenix is going down the wrong path just because it's next to the Phoenix. I mean, it could also believe it be said for the Firefly. I don't believe that. But maybe this is just like possibly, you know, this person needs to take that opportunity and this person needs to learn things first. Or maybe learn that they're not happy with who they are with right now. King of Pentacles. 1. Big smile. So the Phoenix could have a big smile, or the Firefly has a big smile. I think it's more for the Phoenix. In reverse, I love how mature you are. Maybe they like your inner child. Maybe they like how you like to goof off and have fun. Like you're always willing to act like childish and go have fun and, you know, not take life too seriously. I think they really like that about you. But I think they worry and see it maybe possibly as a red flag, since sometimes you have to be serious when it comes to difficult things in life. And maybe they worry that you guys may be too impulsive together, because you both are not really taking life too seriously at the moment. Queen of Love, I just said Queen of Love, oh my god. Queen of Love, maybe they see you as the Queen of Love. So they could have, oh my god. Okay, so I just got these names. Their name could start with an A, their name could start with an M, their name could start with a D. That is with the firefly sees the phoenix, so the phoenix could possibly have one of these names. Abigail, Alex, Ava, Aiden, Aria, Anthony, Addison, Aaron, Matt, Michelle, Michael, Madison, Maya, Madeline, Max, Maria, Dakota, Daniel, David, Daisy, Dylan, Danielle, Darren, Deborah. We also have logical thinking came in. It was in reverse. Maybe you're not thinking very logically about the options you have. Maybe you're like trying to get this person jealous by showing off that you have so many options, and it might be pushing them away. So maybe think more logically about that, and, you know, like I said, express your feelings. Wheel of Fortune. We have 2 cards. Ow. We have the move slowly and cautiously in reverse. Maybe you're moving too fast. Maybe you need to take it slow and ground yourself and possibly find some stability. Don't overthink. Like, take your time and reflect on yourself. Why is it that you're trying to push so hard for this relationship? Why are you trying to jump right into it? Give it some time, give it some space, and let it air out. It also says, I haven't eaten in a while, I'm too upset. I know you're probably really sad right now because maybe this person has ghosted you. But don't worry, because if this person is meant for you, they would come back. You know, this is happening for a reason. You know, there has to be changes made in order for this to come together. Just be patient, you know, just wait, it will come. Okay, let's do some charms now. Okay. And then we have, and honestly, go take a break to eat. You need to eat something. Go make yourself some food. It isn't, you aren't gonna love yourself if you're hurting yourself as well by not eating. You know, take the time to eat for yourself. Know that everything will be okay in the end. Everything happens for a reason, you know, to make you stronger, to make you grow in different ways. Okay. Let's see what we have. Okay, so we have, let's start in this corner. We have Egyptian. This reminds me of the Egyptian, like what the gods hold, I believe. And then we have garlic. I just thought of like vampire, like supernatural being. And then gorilla. Content, gorilla. Maybe somebody's spirit animal is a gorilla, or maybe they went to a zoo recently, saw a gorilla, and it made them happy. Or even maybe they're acting like a gorilla and it's making them happy. With this ghosting, garlic, and pharaoh thing, maybe it's like this person is becoming a god, like they're becoming a supernatural being, or maybe you're like scared they're gonna turn into a vampire because they like only stay up at night or something. I'm not really sure. We have SD. Could also be maybe you guys watch supernatural shows together, or maybe have watched the show Supernatural, or a ghost show together or something. SD. This could be initials. SD. It also reminds me of DS. Diaz. That could be a last name. This reminds me of like DS, like the Nintendo DS. We have a flower. This person is going to bloom into a beautiful flower. You know, their time is coming. It's coming soon. Possibly during the springtime. Articulate. Maybe they're trying to be very smart and think, you know, smart about it and articulate through this. Engrave. Maybe they got a necklace engraved from their ex. Damage. Yeah, definitely. I definitely think their ex has engraved damage into them. Their ex has left a mark. I definitely think it will be a difficult heartbreak for them to recover from. But once they do, they will burn into this phoenix. F, maybe someone with the F name is going the wrong path. Maybe they're going down a slippery road. We have like a skeleton with a sombrero and the guitar. This reminds me of Santa Muerte, I think. So the day that I think that's, oh no. Frick. I'm sorry. I apologize. Cinco de Mayo is Day of the Dead, I believe. So maybe they celebrate one of those holidays, or maybe somebody has Mexican or Spanish descent. We have heart. I think the phoenix sees the firefly as someone who gives a lot of love. They're very loving. You guys may have or share similar love language by gift giving. Maybe you guys gift give a lot. We got Boo. Maybe they started going the wrong path during Halloween time. Maybe it's been like a year or so. Or maybe that's when things got rough. We got Double. Double heart. Maybe you guys both give each other equal love. Guy in reverse. Maybe the girl has a big smile in this connection. Drain. I don't know if that was in reverse or not. Maybe them smiling so much drains them, because they could be introverted. So the point where socializing drains them a bit. We have a cross here. So maybe they started becoming more spiritual. That helps them mature more. Or maybe they're kind of childish when it comes to religion. They could also just have a religious family that maybe helps them, or maybe they act a little childish at church. I have the star here. I was thinking of the star as well, which when it talked about the star and the 7 of Cups upright, the person has, let me read it. Hold on one sec. I believe it said 7 of Cups. Seven Cups in the Star, it says you inspire to pursue a particular course or calling in your life. Maybe someone has a specific calling that they know from the very get-go that that's what they were going to do. That could be the phoenix, or that could be the firefly, but they have an opportunity that is coming their way, or they already have taken the steps to pursue it. We also have Dazed. Maybe somebody has a lot of fun when it comes to doing drugs or drinking. Maybe you guys, I just thought of you guys got drunk together and were acting really childish, like, and having fun, like goofing off. That's what I just thought of. Also, maybe you guys did something that you regretted. I don't think it was more than maybe just flirting. I don't really see anything further than that, but possibly. Maybe because you just weren't ready for that. Because, I mean, it's over the Knight of Pentacles, or the Knight of Swords in reverse. PV, I just thought of, like, player versus player, like PvP. Maybe they're trying to verse whoever's getting involved. We also have 8 here. This reminds me of abundance, trying to find abundance or stability. What else does 8 represent? Eight also represents mastery, action, and accomplishment. So trying to master possibly expectational and growing, becoming a master at growth, learning to grow more. Expectational, maybe they're trying to grow into people's expectations, possibly this person. And you don't have to change yourself for somebody to love you. Maybe you should be changing yourself for your higher self to becoming a better person, but it doesn't mean you have to change for somebody else. You should be changing for yourself. We have a T here. Maybe the firefly's name starts with a T. We also have a 4-leaf clover. Luck is on your side, over the nothing will come of the situation. Something will come of the situation. Just be patient. We have a reindeer. Maybe during Christmas time, something will come. We also have a candy cane. So I think that's both just for Christmas time. Maybe this person has a boat and they'll do a lot of their reflection, like, on their boat, or maybe during the summertime, a lot of time when they take the boat out or the boat with the family, they will be doing some self-reflection or having some meditation. We have a key, lock and key. Maybe they need to lock themselves away from people for right now in order to have a sanctuary of calm, patient space. I think I is represented like the firefly, like I need a sanctuary. A could represent somebody's initial. Maybe the fireflies also has a name, initial. We have epilepsy. Maybe someone has epilepsy and they need to do some sort of self-reflection on that and figure how to, take care of themselves and put themselves more a little bit. Or maybe they're starting to maybe have seizures over this connection because they're thinking so much about it. I don't think like literally, but someone could have epilepsy, I'm getting. Follow elegance, maybe trying to follow in their footsteps of growth, elegantly. Maybe that's saying like you are following in their footsteps elegantly. We have a 2 over the emotionalist. 2 represents balance, partnership, and duality. Maybe you need to start showing your emotions more in this part to have this partnership, to have this balance, to have this duality. I think this person's honored to have that with this person. Yeah, I think that's what that is. We have an angel upside down with an X. I just thought of like the X is like an antichrist. Like they are like in the opposite of an angel. They're freaking trying to ruin your parade, or they're just jealous of you. But also don't let them change your emotions. I mean, try to be considerate of how they could possibly be feeling. Now that their person might be leaving them for someone else. Yeah. That could be the case. I also thought of maybe somebody with the X name, or somebody that is the X may pass. I think that's for, I don't know, honestly, hopefully that's not for anybody. General tip, move slowly and cautiously. Maybe that's just saying like, here's a tip, like move slow, take it slow. Bodyguard, I see. And then we have a sea and then a boat. Maybe somebody's seeing a boat, or maybe somebody's bodyguarding your boat. Or maybe you have a friend with a C name who bodyguards you from other options. And then the boat is like maybe someone with that name, maybe this person with that name has came on your boat. Okay, that is all I have. Thank you so much, Pile 4, for staying to the very end. I hope you found some messages that resonate with you. If you liked this video, please leave a like, or leave me a little ram emoji in the comment section. Also, I would love to know how I did. Let me know what was correct, what wasn't correct. And yeah, I'll see you in my next reading. Bye!